Good evening, Phoenix #1 families and friends. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Tuesday, September 26th. We will call this meeting to order at 5:15. In partnership with the tribes who called Phoenix their first home, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. And I just want to give a moment of silence to Miss Sophia Warwick, our beloved teacher at Bethune. So a moment of silence, please. Okay, make it a call to order.
Thank you. Call to order. Roll call for this evening, Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Ms. Regional Carrillo, Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
Here.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Here.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Here.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Thank you. Next item is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Alicia being so moved.
Carmen Trujillo, I'll second.
Roll call.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes, and we will move on to our awards, recognitions, and announcements.
Good evening, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, members of the board, cabinet, and to our community. Tonight, Dr. Gonzalez will begin our celebrations.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Davila Hagigat, and all of our community. We are excited to start our National Hispanic Heritage Month. National Hispanic Heritage Month kicked off with a celebration at the Phoenix #1 Family Center, and you can see in the photos above, it was a beautiful event on Saturday, September the 16th. Our families were able to enjoy refreshments, mariachi, and traditional dance performances. During the period from September 15th through October 15th, our schools will include lessons and celebrations, recognizing the many contributions of Hispanic Americans to innovation, the arts, culture, and the historical development of the United States.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. And we'll continue with our Star Award recipients. This time around, we're able to celebrate two of our employees, one from our child nutrition and another from plant services, beginning with Martha Velasquez. She is a child nutrition manager, and Martha's always willing to put the needs of the department first. When she is asked to assist at other sites, she enthusiastically and immediately agrees. Martha works to solve problems on her own before asking for help, but knows when to ask for help when she needs support. Her unwavering dedication to child nutrition is admirable, and she embodies teamwork daily. The three words used to describe Martha are dedicated, enthusiastic, and dependable. Let's give her a nice round of applause. And our next recipient is Michael Garcia. He is our warehouse lead at Plant Services. And Michael brings outstanding dedication, exceptional performance, and makes a significant contribution to our district. He consistently goes above and beyond as the warehouse lead, leaving a positive impact on the team and throughout the district. The three words used to describe Michael are respectful, proactive, and punctual. Let's give Michael a nice round of applause. Ms. Marta Velasquez, will you come up for a picture, please? Ms. Marta Velasquez, por favor. Acompáñenos para una foto con nuestra mesa directiva. Our board members, can you come down to take a picture with Ms. Velasquez, please? Thank you. También nuestra muñequita. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Gonzalez as she will conclude our awards and recognitions.
APS, Supply My Class $500 gift card donation for Herrera Classroom Supplies. The APS selected Herrera teachers Vanessa Palma, who serves our 1st through 4th grade exceptional students, and Trudy Bent Olson serving our 2nd grade students. They are winners of the APS Supply My Classroom program. This program awards K through 12 Title I teachers with a $500 Visa gift card to spend on supplies and resources for their classrooms. APS surprised the teachers with the gift cards on September the 1st, 2023.
Thank you, and that concludes our awards, recognitions, and announcements.
Thank you, and thank you to Ms. Marta for being here to visit us at the governing board meeting. And we will move on to current events. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Board, Vice President Trujillo, board members, and cabinet, along with our community in person and online. On September 16th, several members of the Phoenix #1 family paid our respects and show our support to Ms. Sophia Warwick's family and friends while attending her celebration of life. Ms. Warwick will be deeply missed by many, including her Bethune family. In September, I attended the ASBA Law Conference, where I had the opportunity to revisit some important topics and engage in new learning. The topics that I would like to highlight is artificial intelligence as an innovation tool that is being utilized by teachers and students across the nation. We will continue to engage in innovative practices and make sure that in doing so, we keep our students safe and reduce the liability for our districts. Thank you to Vice President Trujillo and Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Dr. Bowman, for also attending the ASBA Law Conference. As a district, we are engaged in district collaborative teacher meetings to increase teacher capacity across all grade levels for math and writing. I have the opportunity to facilitate a session with one of the principals guiding and supporting 1st grade teachers. We were able to review pre and post test data on a specific goal, and teachers engaged in conversations regarding student outcomes and share strategies to support students that continue to struggle with the goal while extending learning for students that demonstrate proficiency. This type of work is going on across the district, and I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez and her team for providing the needed guidance and resources. I also want to thank Phoenix Elementary Classroom Teacher Association, PECTA, and the Phoenix Education Support Professionals Association, ESPA, for their ongoing collaboration. At our monthly meetings, we address immediate interest and concerns, and we will continue to address our mutual goal of ensuring that our employees feel respected, appreciated, and valued. I also continue to visit schools with the purpose of interacting with parents at various events. This past month, I was able to connect with moms from HERB during the time when they were preparing to start parenting classes. I appreciated the opportunity to listen to their interest and provide guidance and next steps. A shout out goes to Ms. Josia Lilly, HERB's face, for her ongoing commitment to bringing the needed resources to our families. I also want to share our gratitude to Mr. Steve Watson, Maricopa County School Superintendent, for writing to our students at Garfield, 3rd and 7th grade, and donating a book to each student as part of his book club initiative. Lastly, I want to wish everyone a safe, fun, and restful fall break during the week of October 9th through the 13th. Seeing our teachers back and staff on October 16th, and our students and families on October 17th. Thank you.
Board members' reports, Vice President Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. So I wanted to share that I also attended the law conference with Dr. Davila Hagigat and was also interested in the ChatGPT session among some other ones, but I'm glad you brought that up because it did spark some conversation. And one of the takeaways was that another school district, Agua Fria, I believe, which is, I believe, for high school students. But I thought it was interesting that they are keeping up with the times. They are giving access to their students in order to try and help that transition of like appropriateness with school and boundaries and things. And I think it's great because it really puts a focus on keeping up with the times with things that are always changing. So even though in my 40s, ChatGPT kind of scares me a little bit, I do know it is something that's here, it's present, and it just was a good example for me to consider and think about in my leadership. So thanks for bringing that up. I do also know that COVID is coming back around for Arizona. So I took my mom to get her vaccine, the new variant. I believe the new variant created, I guess, an opportunity for Arizona to have their own updated vaccines, and that started on September 18th. So that just brought to mind when I'm going to go have to get mine, but I thought I would share that resource just in case anyone else out there is interested in looking into that. I also was able to attend all of our, well, 3 actually, Peter Piper fundraisers for Garfield, Magnet, and Kenilworth, I believe. So that was really nice to see some parents meet new families and the FACE staff. I got to really, put faces to the names of which schools they were with better because it had been a while since I've seen them since our site visits. So that was really wonderful. All the contests, the whipped creams, eating contests were great. It was just nonstop fun. I think left right at the end. They all pretty much ended about 8. So that was fun. I also was able to attend the high school night at Magnet. And that was a wonderful presence to see because it had a really great turnout. The involvement of some of our alum that went to these high schools got to come back and lead by example for the other students that we serve that are going to be transitioning. So that was nice. We even got to see an educator that has moved on as well because he still wants to serve kids, but at the high school level. So that was really great that he got to come back and see some of his students. And today I was able to pop by Garfield to watch some of our Grizzlies with the Arizona Cardinal, Mr. Will Hernandez, and some of his staff, the Cardinals team. He autographed some swag bags for our students, and it was just a joy to see them all out there engaged, having fun, getting some picture time with the mascot as well. So thank you to our Garfield staff, our FACE specialists, of course, and Principal Aviles for creating access to that opportunity and building some great memories for some of our students. And thank you, Magnet, FACE, and staff, and Principal Walker for creating that more intimate access opportunity to a handful of different high schools, different variety of them. I think that was a really great idea, whoever it came from, and I hope to see that modeled elsewhere among our campuses. But that's all I've got so far, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to share?
I had the opportunity to attend several events. I appreciate our schools for hosting so many different engaging activities for our community. I feel like with a once a month meeting, there's a long list. But I'm just gonna highlight a couple. I was able to go to the Faith North Family Quilt Nights, and it was just incredible to see all of our youngest learners with their families and building something that would that they can look at each day as they come in. So the family quilts, each family gets a square of paper and they add their family's pictures and some decorations, and then that's all tied together and hung in their front office. So it was really beautiful. I also was able to attend the Family Center Hispanic Heritage Celebration, and my husband and son were able to go with me and see the folkloric dancers, and that was super fun and exciting. Also, huge shout out, we do have a Kenilworth student who is on the dance team. So I was also able to go to the second secure storage firearm safety event hosted by Vice Mayor Ansari and Moms Demand Action that was held at our Phoenix Elementary Family Center. So if you're still looking for more information on how to keep your family safe, please reach out to Moms Demand Action. I believe there's also some information available now at our family center as well. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Mr. La Rosa?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. Good evening. I got to attend, there's a lot going on, so I was able to happily attend one of the curriculum nights at Magnet, which was really fun and exciting to get to see the principals and the teachers and some of the students and have like really good conversation with parents. Dr. Banks was there that night and just kind of talking about the model and what works and what doesn't work. So that was really, really good to be part of.
Thank you. I'll share my summary of events. September 1st, got to enjoy Kenilworth's Peter Piper night. That was fun. September 7th through the 9th, I attended a conference in St. Louis, Local Progress, where I was able to connect with other school board members, but also learn about tenant rights, housing issues, some other collaboration with school board members. And then on the 12th, we had our first SOFG site council. So thank you, Lowell, for being such a gracious host. It was great to talk to our families and just help them realize and understand what we're doing as a school board is adopting a governance model, and we need all adults on board. The 15th, we headed to Peter Piper to support Garfield. Before we went to Peter Piper, we stopped at the Magnet 8th grade night. So it was really cool just to see the different high schools and Franklin Fire and Police all in their gear. So that was really cool to see. And then on the 16th, we went to pay our respects to Miss Sophia. It was a great service, and just to hear the wonderful impact that this young individual was able to have at Bethune. She will be missed. And today we got to visit with the Arizona Cardinals at Garfield. They put on a great little drill for the kids, super sweaty and super tired. So I'm glad the teachers were appreciative that they ran themselves rugged outside. It was hot outside. And the two, what's his name, what's his name? The red, I don't know, red, he just said Red Sea, and then they all like cheered. The kids just loved him, and I think they were getting too handsy with him, but he's a good sport about it. They were just like, come here. But it was really great. So having that type of support partnership with the Arizona Cardinals. And that is all the updates for our recent events. So we will move on to our next agenda item. C, we're at student outcomes focused governance. Item number 1. Thank you, Mr. Randy. We're going to start grounding the work. So as some of you may be familiar, the governing board has adopted a student outcomes focused governance model. And this is the time in the agenda where we focus on that. Next. Again, when I stress a lot of the student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And that's kind of the premise of our governance model. We always need to focus on making sure that we're checking our adult behaviors to make sure that the student outcomes are academically sound where we want them to be. Next, here's just a quick and it's 6 competencies. We have the vision and goals, values and goals, monitoring and accountability, communication and collaboration, and unity and trust and continuous improvement. Next, and here, as you'll see, we have 2 third grade students in math and reading. In reading, we want to make sure that we are achieving our goal of 40%. Right now, we're at 25% for grade mathematics, 29% to 54%. Our third goal is for English language, where we're taking 32% proficiency to 50%. And our last 2 goals are for 8th graders in literacy and mathematics. Literacy 29% to 44%, and mathematics 13% to 38%. These are goals that set over a 5-year period, so we have a lot of work to do. Next. And here are our superintendent guardrails, where we'll hear more about discussing our entry and guardrails. Next, and board guardrails as well. Next. And so that's just want to make sure we're all on the same page and grounded in our student outcome focused governance work. We will move on to number 2, approval of student outcome focused governance progress monitoring report of board goal number 4. Do I have a motion?
This is board member Trujillo, so moved.
Alicia Vinkel, second.
Any discussion? May I get a roll call?
Vote for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Erica De La Rosa,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink, Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, Sochi, I just want to note that I'm here on Zoom too, if you can hear me.
Okay. Thank you. What is your vote, Mr. Carrillo?
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that motion passed, we will move on to discussion on progress monitoring of board goal number 4.
Thank you, President Bueno. Tonight we have Dr. Gonzalez sharing the governing board goals. This is intended to be a discussion, and materials have been prepared and shared with all of our governing board members in order for us to be able to go through our interim guardrails and the progress monitoring.
Good evening, Madam President, Vice President, members of the board. So you have our progress monitoring report, and we know this is sort of a sample run since we've not yet approved our progress monitoring calendar. But we wanted to go through this and make sure that we are providing the sort of report that is most useful for you and for our public in understanding where we are in meeting the goal 4 that's outlined here. And the goal is that the percent of 8th grade students with a pass rate on reading as per AASA will increase from 29% on August the 2023 to 44% by August of 2028. And so the first chart that you see is a chart that shows the percent of 8th grade students with a pass rate, and it shows the historical passing from 2019 to 2023. And then you see the target goal for 2024. Right below that, you can see the yearly target goals for 23 through 28, so that you're looking at the progression we need to make to hit the goal that is outlined there. On the right-hand side, you will notice that we have broken down demographic group progress. And so what you see there is what the current progress is for each of the different demographic groups and what our target is for those demographic groups. You'll also notice that we've indicated an area for us to focus. And actually, in this case, we've identified 2 areas. The areas that we want to focus are our exceptional students who receive special education services and our English learners who are in the language acquisition programs. The reason that we are focusing on those students, if you look at the chart above where we have it broken down by race and ethnicity, you can see that our students are performing really close to their target already. But when you look at our exceptional students and our English learners, they're far below the expected target. And there's in part, that's why they're in these federally funded programs, because we know that they need additional assistance. But we also know that we can do better to help them accelerate their learning. And so our strategies for that are to include sheltered English immersion training for teachers who are responsible for integrated minutes of English learners. And again, in terms of what is integrated minutes, targeted minutes are when they are pulled out and given targeted instruction in English language acquisition. Integrated minutes are when they are being taught in a way that they're focusing on language development and looking at comprehensible input, meaning when I talk about something, I'm going to give you, when I talk about my bottle, I'm going to hold it up and show it to you, and I'm going to point to bottle so that you are making sense of the thing that I'm talking about. So that regardless of whether I am a Spanish speaker, native Spanish speaker, or I speak Swahili at home, or even if I'm a student who speaks English, but that's not a word I'm familiar with, it now is comprehensible to me. It's understandable to me. So that's one of the goals that we're working on, because we know that it's great for our English learners, but it's also great for all of our other students in our group, in our schools. The other strategy is co-teaching, and we're focusing on co-teaching because as we're bringing our exceptional students into mainstream classroom or general ed classrooms, we need to make sure that our students are still getting the sort of instruction that is helping them to attain knowledge and understanding when they're exposed to their grade level content. So the purpose of this is really to make sure that our teachers have the best teaching strategies. So they are paired with a general education teacher and a special education teacher who has the skills and the knowledge to be able to bring that content to the students in a way that is broken down to meet their specific learning needs. We know that when you have 2 teachers who are focused in this area in a classroom, all of the students are going to accelerate their learning. So that's our overview of goal 4. And I will let you lead where you would like us to go from here.
Okay. Thank you. Call Dr. Ramos up to walk us through the progress monitoring.
There we go. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. First, I want to begin with saying this was hours and hours of investment from the board and the administrative team. For the board to set the goals, to come up with guardrails, it's been a lot of heavy lifting. Now this is where we say the fun begins of you as a board exercising your greatest muscle and your greatest superpower, which is to officially begin monitoring your goals and soon enough also your guardrails. What I want to do is in continuation, thank you, President Bueno, for grounding everyone in the SOFG work. Beautifully done. What I'd like us to do is to pull up that document that's in your board book of, and it's also in your SOFG manual, and it begins with page 17, I believe. Just for the first time since we're officially doing this all together, that we're all clear and all on the same page on how this is ideally going to work moving forward. So now that the board has set goalposts in relation to board goals, it's reflected of the vision of your community. The progress monitoring, looking to see who's going to read that for us from the board. Who's going to read that entire section on page 17 of what is progress monitoring and then read through the 3 bullet points? Who will do that for us?
I will. What is progress monitoring? Progress monitoring is a conversation between the school board and the superintendent that provides boards the opportunity to evaluate the alignment between the community's vision, goals towards student outcomes, and the school district's reality, current student performance growth. When outcome goals and current student performance may not match perfectly, it only becomes problematic when there is no evidence of student growth and progress. And even if students aren't yet growing and making progress, that's only catastrophic if the superintendent doesn't have sufficiently aggressive strategies in place for increasing growth and helping students make progress. These are the fundamental concerns of monitoring. Number one, match the vision. Number two, is there growth toward the vision? And three, is there a strategy and plan sufficient to cause growth toward the vision? If the answer to all three is yes, then the board can adopt the monitoring report confident that the superintendent is performing. Second bullet, if the answer to only one or two of these questions is yes, the board may opt to table the matter. If the answer to all three is no, the board may opt to reject the report and reflect on how to respond to the superintendent's non-performance.
Very good. So question I want to ask you, the board. On the progress monitoring report that the leadership team prepared for you, like you, well, one, you received this about 7 days in advance. The responsibility and the task that you're given is to begin to read these, if you haven't already, to begin to read these before your board meeting and ask questions before you get to the board meeting. The idea of this we'll tackle a little bit more when we talk about not catching the superintendent off guard. This is a relationship that you're building and trust that you're building with each other. So with that said is looking at those 3 bullet points and the current progress monitoring report that you've had for roughly a week. What do you think? Is it the first bullet point? Is it the second, or is it the third? Because I purposely asked you to vote on it before you actually saw it, because that's putting pressure on the board in a good way, right? That you read your packet and that you prepare ahead of the board meeting, especially when it comes to student outcome, student achievement data. So what are your thoughts? Is it the first, second, or third bullet point? Love to hear who's going to share first.
Madam Chair, if I might go first.
Go ahead.
I am in the middle at the second bullet. My questions were regarding I guess, our plan to get the strategies and plan sufficient to cause growth. Like, I know we've got our bullet points and things like that, but that's why I'm at it too, because I do think we are still able to have this discussion here. But that was what my questions were sent in about, which are more like about the circumstances and what strategies we're going to use to get here. So I know we heard a few of them, but that's why I'm at it too. I hope that answers your question.
It does, because what I believe I'm hearing you describe is that you're looking for more info. And as the administration is asked to put a short and concise report, not only for the board, but also for the community, you as board are now doing your board job, which is you're going to ask deeper questions. Ideally, you're doing those before the board meeting so that you give your administration time to gather the information so that they can then come to the board meeting even better prepared, right? What that does, again, I'll reiterate, it creates trust between the superintendent, her team, and the board. So, yeah, and I know Vice President Trujillo, you sent in some questions, right, for clarification. That's how this is going to work. That's you doing your due diligence as board members. You're not rubber stamping reports. You reviewed it, you looked at it, you asked questions, you wanted more information, and you gave your leadership time to respond to come better prepared for the board meeting. Who else? What do you think out of first, second, or third bullet point? How do you think this progress monitoring report looks?
Madam,
Because feedback is necessary for your administration.
Madam Chair, if I might clean up my comment really quick. Thank you, Dr. Ramos, for the extra clarification. We did get an update this morning. So I think we're definitely on track with that. That makes more sense that this is how the process went. So I just wanted to also say that because we did get more information on this data today. So thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I would say my answer for all three is yes. I was able to review all the information and ask some questions and received responses. And I appreciate where we're headed and the work that the team has done.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes to all
All
three.
three? Okay.
Anyone else?
Ms. De La Rosa, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I was able to review the documentation provided. And I guess for me, it just takes a little bit more time to understand it and come up with more questions as we're actually discussing it.
Got it. Yes. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that. My answer is also yes to one or two. I would like some more details about the strategy and plan. I know, Dr. Gonzalez, you said the sheltered and the co-teaching, but do we have how long that strategy you're implementing, how long that will take? And can you describe a little bit more of the co-teaching?
Yes, so we are just implementing these strategies across the district this year. There are strategies that have been tried in other classrooms already. And excuse me, if you will recall, we started with the SEI program. Mrs. Gonzalez and Ms. Kleider last year created a Canvas professional development online to give teachers that experience in not only understanding what SEI strategies are, but teaching them how to design lessons and to deliver those lessons for our EL learners. They've expanded that program this year and have 2 different sessions of teachers going through that program. So that's the SEI. So that's being started this year, and we're trying to roll that out. They just did a professional development, and they'll speak more to this when they do their presentation on EL later on this evening. But they did a professional development during our district PD, and it was packed with people who were coming to the session to understand how to teach and make sure that our ELs are getting learning at the appropriate language. For the co-teaching, the co-teaching is led by Ms. Alicia Zelvis, and she's our Director of Exceptional Student Services. She has been doing this co-teaching for some time, but she's just bringing it to our district. And you may recall in previous years, we had most of our exceptional students were in self-contained classrooms, which created a gap in access to their grade level curriculum. So under Director Zelvis's leadership, she's been having the students be placed with their grade level peers and receiving push-in services or pull-out services as necessary. Push-in means that the educator comes into the classroom and provides assistance to the students in the classroom. Pull-out means that the students are pulled out of their curriculum and their classroom with their teacher and given targeted instruction. For some students, they do need pull-out instruction, and for some students, they need both. And so one of the strategies that we're looking at this year, and Director Zelvis and her team have already started this through our new teacher orientation and some of our summer work. bringing our general education teachers and our exceptional education teachers so that they're planning together and teaching together to make sure that the students in these classrooms are both getting exceptional education that's targeted to meet the different needs. What that does is it teaches our general education teachers strategies that work for exceptional students, but that are also great strategies for our general education students. And sometimes it's things like, teaching them to put their finger on the word as they're reading, or sometimes it's letting them use their fingers to count, because we know that that tactile experience is really important for the development of number concept. So those are the sorts of things that the general education teacher is learning from the exceptional teacher when we're able to co-teach.
Thank you. And I did want to ask why we're starting with goal number 4 to monitor.
We are starting with goal number 4 because that is our first benchmark that we have for this group. And so when we look at our, we don't have a monitoring calendar yet, but when we look at our monitoring calendar, goal number 4 is our first tested area along with goal number 5. So if we have a monitoring calendar very soon, goal number 5 would be what we would look at next. And so we start with the middle grades and then we have the younger grades after that. The purpose of that is that for the younger grades, we want to make sure that we're giving them sufficient time to come up to speed before they have to sit down and take an assessment.
Thank you. And then my last question, and I might be jumping ahead, so please stop me if I am, but what is currently working for 8th graders in reading?
If you look at page 5 of your document, we have a list of the things that are working. We have been working for the past couple of years on really focusing on tier 1 instruction, what we call best first instruction. And the idea behind that is that when you come into your classroom, your teacher that is your main teacher is giving you the very highest quality instruction on your grade level, helping you to reach those standards. That's something that we've had to really reframe for our district, because for a lot of our previous experiences, we were relying heavily on interventionists to help provide instruction. That's tier 2 and tier 3 instruction. And we're trying to get back to people really focusing on, let's start by making sure every child has tier 1 best first instruction before we move to intervention. So that's something that we've been seeing since we've implemented that. You can see that we're moving very quickly to be at the same or higher than we were before the pandemic. The other thing that's working is that we've really had a focus on increasing instructional minutes for reading and writing, as well as for mathematics. One of the things that had happened before in reading, we had created an ELA block so that reading and writing were squished together. That's the technical word. They were in the same block. And so what happened often is we missed writing, or we spent a lot of time on writing and we didn't get to reading. So what we've done is to really pull that apart. So we have targeted time for reading instruction and targeted time for writing. The purpose of that, again, comes back to language development. And so when we think about our English learners, they need to have a lot of time to be able to process what they're reading, but also time to put what they're learning into writing and to be able to express themselves through writing. So that was an important aspect of it. We also have, and we started this last year, master teachers and some learning acceleration specialists in partnership with the Maricopa County School Superintendent's Office. They are helping to model instruction across the board. So similar to the way that we described co-teaching, these are master teachers who have demonstrated proficiency in their own instructional behaviors and their own instructional practices. And they are working with our teachers to design instructional cycles where they're tracking what the student is learning, what strategies they're trying, and then testing, does that strategy actually work for all of our students? And they're tracking that on an ongoing basis so that they can see their progress and see that those are the right strategies to use. Those strategies are learning acceleration strategies. And one of the presentations that we did a few months ago was to talk about the difference between remedial learning, which takes you back and it holds you at a certain level, versus learning acceleration. Learning acceleration still offers you what you need in short bursts of learning, but learning acceleration really helps to set ambitious goals for students and helps them to attain those goals by giving them that exposure and that repetition over time so that we're accelerating the learning. The difference is in remediation, you will constantly stay further behind your peers who are on target. Learning acceleration closes that gap more quickly. So those are the things that are working currently.
Thank you. Mr. Carrillo, did you have an answer to Dr. Ramos's question?
No.
Okay, back to you, Dr. Ramos.
So you aren't getting too far in advance because we're gonna put some pieces together that you were able to ask questions. And so just a little refresher. You mentioned, was it co-teaching? You mentioned instructional minutes. You mentioned, what are some other things that you mentioned in that report right now?
We mentioned the SEI strategies.
Yeah.
We mentioned co-teaching. We mentioned instructional minutes and focus on tier 1 instruction and the use of modeling best instructional practices from master teachers.
So board, remind, or just a refresher, what Dr. Gonzalez is talking about, was she talking about inputs, outputs, or outcomes? Inputs, outputs, or outcomes?
Inputs?
Yeah, absolutely. She was describing the inputs. And if you recall, when we did a retreat, I was challenging you to think big picture and put goals, put a goalpost. And I told you the fun will come when you set the goals and the guardrails. We're there. So the questions you're asking are about inputs. And in essence, President, what you're asking is, what are the inputs that are working and what are the inputs that are not working? And you want to have a dialogue here. And this is in essence what progress monitoring begins to happen. I don't want to go next to the next paragraph until we clarify that first one that you read, President Bueno. This is your opportunity as a board. When it says that third bullet, that if the answer to all three is no, the board may opt to reject the report and reflect on how to respond to the superintendent's non-performance. Board, this is your meeting. You are responsible for the outcomes of your community. You are to represent the vision and values. So if you get reports that are not giving you the data reflective of the progress monitoring report description here, reflective of the monitoring calendar, this is your chance as a board to say, we don't accept this report because it's not speaking to not only the progress, but also the descriptions of what they've put on the 5th page for you. The team has very clearly on the 5th page put under what's working and what are areas of challenges and opportunities for growth. And that's where you're probably going to want to spend some more of your time. So board, again, for clarity, should you ever get a progress monitoring report that, and this is where it's rooted from in the research, that too many times board members complain that superintendents are hiding data or not being truthful about it, or just trying to put the positive things and not trying to put the good and the bad and the ugly with it. That's why this report is pretty balanced. And they have given you the data, they've given you the previous year's data, and it's telling you where you're at now. So want to make sure you're always clear. That's something within your purview. Now, understanding progress monitoring, who will read that section for us?
I can read it.
Thank you.
How is monitoring beneficial? In addition to clarifying student and superintendent performance, monitoring, when done well, confers several other organizational benefits. Lead by example. What happens in the boardroom is more likely to be echoed in the classroom. Board behavior sets the culture for an institution. If board members want a culture where teachers are open and reflective in their craft, they set the stage for that by demonstrating what it looks like for the board and superintendent to be open and reflective, grounded in student outcomes data in their craft as well. Clarify strategies. When the board receives monitoring reports from the superintendent, the report should include how the superintendent will respond to the data. If the data says things are slightly off track, the superintendent's strategy should reflect that. If the data says that performance is completely off track, the superintendent's strategy should reflect the urgency that the current reality demands. Communicate expectations. By investing at least 50% of the board's time each month into monitoring progress toward the vision, the board makes clear what the priorities of the entire organization are expected to be. This is a powerful tool for creating organizational alignment. Formative evaluation. With each monitoring report, the board is conducting a micro-assessment of superintendent performance, which creates an opportunity for the superintendent to make adjustments. As a continuous improvement strategy, providing this regularly recurring feedback loop is a superior approach to the outdated concept of merely conducting annual performance evaluations. Did you want me to read the tips too, or no?
No, we'll take a pause there. Thank you, Dr. Vink. What questions do you have as a board about this section or thoughts?
Madam Chair, if I might go first to answer Dr. Ramos's question. Thank you,
ahead.
thank you. This for me helps my understanding of the reciprocity when it comes to the question asking and the information that we receive. Period. And it kind of just helps me stay structured, so I stay focused and I can't, get distracted with some whirlwind of an idea or a question or a circumstance, but also so I can't be derailed from what our focus is with information that doesn't help me achieve what I am looking for. So that's my understanding of this part, which will help me be better in all of these areas. So I'm excited to be moving forward in this process and to have gotten here today from our retreat.
I'll share that as thank you, Dr. Vink, for reading it out loud. But as I was hearing that and reflecting, I can't help but just to go back to the context of why we're doing this, and it's student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. So that's really what I keep taking out of progress monitoring is, really leading by example. So thank you for allowing us to read it out loud, because the more that I read it, the more that I study this, everything just starts to click, and just also know that I am the genesis of change also helps with the mindset to make sure that we're implementing this governance model fully. Any other questions for Dr. Ramos?
So to bring this more to the forefront, the parallel processing is reflected in the first bullet point. That how the board goes, so is likely the rest of the district to go. If you as a board, or because you as a board are data savvy, you're already data savvy. You're digging into the data. You're focusing on it, you're monitoring it, you're setting a tone for your school district that the student achievement and student outcomes matter in your community. That you know where you've been, you know where you are, and you're unapologetically focused on monitoring that each quarter as your goals are being brought forth to you. You have an expectation, and that strategy is being communicated to your leadership team. We want to see numbers going up. We don't want to see stagnant, and we don't want to see them going down. Because you're monitoring them quarterly, you're not waiting to the end of the year to get caught off guard. You're each quarter, much like as we described in the analogy of a game, you mentioned Arizona Cardinals, right? Each quarter is an assessment of how the team is doing. They're not waiting to the end of the football game to make adjustments. They're making them as the game is going on, so to speak, with the school system. Why would a board ever wait to the end of the year to see if you're going to win or lose the game in student achievement? You're now embedding a practice that is one of the healthiest ones. And to note on bullet number 2, you now have a colleague on your board by way of Dr. Vink, who right now is tracking minutes on how many minutes you're spending on what at your board meeting. You also, as the board officers, you made a decision in collaboration with your leadership team to put student outcomes conversations at the beginning of your board meetings to show what matters to you as a board. So the behaviors and the decisions that you're making are going to ideally run parallel to the results that we expect to happen here. I don't want to leave this until we definitely cover the tips for effective monitoring. Who will read that for us?
I have a question, Dr. Ramos,
Yes.
regarding the other one. As we talk about behavior and board decisions, how effective is it? Can we reach and strive for student outcomes if the board dynamic is untenable in terms of decisions that are happening? So in past cases, if the board is not operating effectively, are we still likely to reach these positive student outcomes?
I've got a lot of questions that I'd like to visit with you because it sounds like a loaded one. Meaning first phase is probably a team building workshop, right? To unpack what it is that's behind what you're asking. Part of the reason too, right, why boards are encouraged to do team building processes so that alignment continues to stay. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dynamics that come into that. It's in your student outcomes focus manual, it's in the literature, it's in the research. I can also tell you this, what we've learned at the national level is that even with a board who may not necessarily get along on personality or specific political topics, it is still very possible to stay focused on student outcomes by doing this work. And so again, even today, I'm assuming we're going to get a lot of minutes on this topic. Those are minutes that we're spending on student outcomes that everyone seems to have common ground on versus maybe other whirlwinds that might be distracting to the board. So I know it's probably not the answer you're looking for, but it is truthfully one that probably needs to be unpacked as a team.
Thank you. And it wasn't a lot of questions, just based on context. And I do welcome a team building workshop or anything and just touching base with you. So thank you. I wasn't looking for a certain answer, but that's satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And Mr. Carrillo, go ahead and read tips for effective monitoring.
Tips for effective monitoring. Do your homework. Board members should arrive at board meetings having already read the monitoring report and having already come up with at least 3 or 4 questions each regarding the who, what, why, and how of the monitoring report. See during monitoring below. Understanding reality. The desired result of monitoring is to understand the current reality for your students as compared to the vision you've adopted for them goes. Whether you enjoy the current reality isn't the point. Doesn't make sense. Whether or not you fully know the current reality is. Keep the conversation going. If the superintendent presents a monitoring report that is missing the prerequisites, see before monitoring below, or that fails to clarify for board members the extent to which reality matches the goals, consider tabling the conversation and giving the superintendent a chance to fix it and reoffer it at a subsequent meeting instead of choosing not to accept it and ending the discussion. No gotcha governance. Adopt a monitoring calendar that describes which goals will be monitored during which months. This ideal monitoring calendar will span the full term of the goals. If there are 5-year goals, the calendar should cover 5 years. Don't offer advice. Monitoring is never an opportunity for board members to provide advice to the superintendent. Board members to provide advice to the superintendent, I'll read that again, regarding what should and shouldn't be done about student outcomes. It's also not about not liking the superintendent's strategy. I'll read that again. It's also not about not liking the superintendent's strategy. Thank you, President Bono.
So these tips come from years and years of experience of board and superintendent dynamics, relationships. And again, the clarity for the purpose of a progress monitoring is to get laser focused on the data. And what are the inputs and the outputs that are working, and what are the inputs and outputs that are not working? And let's have a dialogue. And again, the other piece to this is the inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Won't ask you, I'll give you the answers for the sake of time. Outcomes is the responsibility of the board because you are, in essence, at every board meeting approving inputs and outputs when they bring you budget items that are usually going to be in consent or handful in action items. So if there's items on there that are not convincing you that they're going to have a positive impact on student achievement, then you have every right to be asking questions and say, I need evidence and proof that these inputs and outputs are going to work out. Because if I'm going to keep approving these and we're not going to be getting the results, then something's got to give. We can't keep using the same funding sources, and especially when funding sources are low, we can't keep using these funding sources and still getting a mediocre to less than mediocre results. Ideally, right, you're monitoring and you're approving inputs and outputs that are producing dividends for you and your students in your community. So that's where these tips come from. The last piece, I'll ask to see who will read practicing progress monitoring.
I'll read that one.
Thank you.
Before monitoring, here are 4 issues to ask about the 1 to 5 page monitoring report before you can begin progress monitoring. If the answer to any of this is a no, hand the report back to the superintendent and have them complete it before proceeding, likely at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Number 1, does it clearly show is being monitored, which specific policy and goal interpretation, etc. Number 2, does it clearly show for the 3 previous reporting period, preferably on running graph? Does it clearly show the current reporting period? Does it clearly show the target reporting periods and deadlines target? Number 3, clearly show the attendance evaluation of performance. Number 4, does it clearly show reporting documentation that evidence the superintendent's evaluation? If the district is not a target, or the superintendent's evaluation indicates implementation is not on track, clearly describe any immediate next steps.
So this is just reinforcing your progress monitoring report or like micro assessments of what you're going to deal with when you do the full-blown superintendent evaluation. You are on track now with your goals and your interims to, I'd say, by sometime next year, to be able to use the SOFG instrument if that's what you so choose to do. Right now, I would say that from here to December, this is not a window to use this because you've just now adopted your goals, your interim goals, your superintendent guardrails, and you have on your agenda your superintendent interim guardrails. Now, today, as we said, it's a practice because we don't have the monitoring calendar, but that is coming, I believe, probably by the next board meeting, meaning that your leadership team has been working to connect all the dots. So great question, President Bueno. Why would we start with goal number 4? That is the right question, and Dr. Gonzalez anticipated it, and she said, because that's the benchmark data that we had right here recently. That's what you want. You want your leadership team to be able to bring the data as they're getting it, to decipher it, put it in a presentable format as soon as they possibly can. And that's why they get to decide when those pieces go in. What you as a board are going to decide is when you're going to implement your trainings and what are the things that you want to have in there. When do you want to revisit your goals? Like any of those conversations you want to have, what are state trainings, what are mandated, what are not? You want to be able to add those in there. You also want to add every quarter when your self-evaluations are going to take place. And you also want to add when you're going to do the formative assessment for your superintendent and when you're going to do the summative assessment. And the reason for the monitoring calendar is clarity across the board. You as a board know when the monitoring reports are coming. Your community knows when the monitoring reports are coming. They have plenty of time to prepare and bring those to you. And then by you doing your homework prior to the board meeting, reading, asking questions, these board meetings are going to go smoother and smoother when you're staying focused on student outcomes. Any questions or thoughts? It's a lot of information, but I wanted to make sure that we were really, really rooted in this framework. Questions or thoughts from anyone?
Madam Chair, are you going to talk at all about the progress monitoring evaluation and what that will look like when we do it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So right before that, I don't think I'm seeing any questions or thoughts. So the next part is during monitoring. I want to read this because this is something that you can use as a tool as board members, should you not know what questions you might want to ask in relation to the data. And this takes practice. So tonight you're going to get a chance to practice. And President Bueno, you started us off. That's why, you weren't off base. You got to start it on how this is going to work here in a minute. During monitoring, it says monitoring is about understanding the extent to which reality matches policy. And in this case, the board's adopted goals, the ends. Monitoring is never about offering advice or recommendations, meaning board, don't go pushing inputs and outputs Because if they don't work, then you got to be ready to stand in front of your community that it was your idea. You pushed it on a soup and it didn't work out. You as a board are not doing that. So never offer advice or recommendations. The board's curiosity is focused on what's true for students, not on what adults are or aren't doing. Here are observations to look for or questions to ask and the order in which to ask them that support progress monitoring. Notice that none of these questions offer advice concerning which inputs or outputs the superintendent should select. These are monitoring questions, not managing questions. So that fine line between monitoring questions and managing can be difficult for some board members to navigate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to continue to give each other grace as we're doing what we're calling a soft implementation in this phase. So as they go in order there, you see the who, the what, the why, the how. Those are examples, and as you see as conversation starters. So tonight, here in a little bit, some of you that were able to ask questions ahead of time, I'm going to let the administration address those questions. And then if there's something else that comes up based on these questions and you weren't able to ask them beforehand, that's okay. We're giving everybody grace. It is, though, common that if this administration says, well, we don't really have the answer to that right now. When I say by grace is like, don't beat them up tonight because that's not a question that they anticipated possibly, right? And that's how we continue to calibrate really is what's happening. Now, after we do progress monitoring here in a little bit, we'll go to the last page, and that's what Dr. Vink you're addressing. The first phase is getting off the ground. And so page 20, I believe. Yes. After tonight, I'm going to ask you to rewatch your board meeting, particularly this section about progress monitoring. And I want you to walk through those boxes and see how you rate yourselves and as an entire board. It's good for you to rate yourself as a person, as one board member, absolutely. I also want you to rate yourselves as an entire board because this isn't just one person. This is an entire governing body. So, for example, the first box is ineffective monitoring in relation to preparation. Any board members have not read the monitoring report prior to the meeting. If you know that for a fact, then make a note of that. If you don't know for a fact, don't make assumptions. That's only if like somebody admits it and or they just clearly outright did not read it. But you see how it progresses all the way to highly effective in regards to preparation. It says every board member read the monitoring report and shared potential questions with the superintendent 3 working days prior to the meeting. We're shooting for 7 to 4 because we're trying to get used to this framework, but I think you could figure out as a board kind of where you lie within those 4 boxes, right? So that's how it works. You're going to go through each one of those categories and you're going to decide where you think you land. And there's a point system to these that I'll share with you later down the road. Right now, I don't want to overwhelm you with this because it's like saying, hey, we're going to go to A to Z and you're supposed to already be at Z. So I think you can get there quickly, absolutely. But for tonight's focus, I really would go back to page 19 and like us to focus on there so we can get used to having a dialogue versus just a presentation. That's not necessarily healthy because you're not necessarily getting a chance to ask the questions that you really want to get to the root cause of in some of those inputs and outputs. A lot of info. Ready to try progress monitoring? So I'm going to hand it over to the leadership team, if I may, President Bueno, so that they can begin with the questions that were asked. And in the meantime, if you got other questions that come up, make notes of them, and then we'll engage that way. And if you need me, I'll be sitting right here.
Thank you, Dr. Ramos. Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. So one of the questions we received before the presentation tonight is wanting to ask, are these items, who is missing in the data that we're showing? And so when we look at our progress monitoring report, page 1, and I'm going to ask you to keep the progress monitoring report on the agenda or on the screen, please. Thank you, Mr. Randy. So, I'm sorry, on the progress monitoring report, the slide deck that we've prepared. We particularly are focusing on our EL students and our exceptional student services students. Those represent a specific subgroup of students that we're focusing on that are in federal programs. But those are students, you also see the demographic and the racial breakdown of students. Many of those students are served by our English language acquisition programs, and they are also served by our exceptional student services. So we're serving all students, but in particular with our focus, we know that those are students who have the greatest gain to make in order to get to the targets that we're looking for. Are there any questions about that response?
Madam Chair, if I might, Dr. Gonzalez, I believe that was one of my questions, because of course, we can clearly see our students of color are in the area that we need some improvements. So yes, that does answer my question. And I do know that we're going to keep growing in this area to be able to better understand the data and have opportunities to discuss what's working, what's not working. So I am thankful for the answer and explanation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Moving on to another question that was asked, if we look at the next slide. One of the questions that was asked, when we look at this goal, this is an interim goal. And so the interim goal says that we are looking to increase the percent of fifth grade students performing on grade level from 23% in spring of 2023 to more than 28% by spring of 2024, as measured by the iReady reading diagnostic. So the iReady reading diagnostic is administered in the fall and again in the late winter so that we can track students' progress over time. One of the confusions in looking at this is that the goal was set from last year's fifth graders. Or yes, this was set by last year's fifth graders. So we're not comparing that cohort of students over time. We're actually looking at how fifth graders are performing. So when you look at fall 2021 and you see 13% of fifth graders were on grade level target in fall of 2021, those fifth graders are now our seventh graders. In fall of 22, the fifth graders were at 15%. Those fifth graders are in 22 are now our sixth graders. And so our current students, our fall 2023, where 18% of the students are on target. Now, the reason we don't compare the cohort across the board is because we don't necessarily have that data, and cohorts are always different. So if we're targeting to each cohort, we're not going to be able to make the kind of progress that we want to see with this particular group. So we're focusing on the curriculum that we're using and the strategies that we're using, are those helping us hit the targets that we want in the long run, because it should be cohort proof, if you will. So when you look at that, you can see the spring 2024, we're aiming for 28%. And as you can see, we're steadily making progress across those cohorts in that. And so I think that answers the question. But just in case, we also provided as backup documentation for you in the update that you got this morning, the data that showed how each cohort is performing. And so you could see fifth grade, spring to fall, each year from 2021 to 2022, from 2022 to 2023, and then where our goal is for this particular cohort that we're looking at. Does that help clarify that question that came?
Does that make sense, Vice President Trujillo? I know that was your question.
As you look at the data that I provided this morning in the board update, you can see that we average between 8 to 9 points for fifth graders each year. And so we believe that while the goal to go from 18% to 28% is 10%, which is higher than we had achieved in the years prior, it's close. And we really believe with the strategies that we're implementing across the board, that's going to help us get that extra percentage to hit that target this year.
Madam Chair, if I can respond to that part. Thank you for mentioning that, because that is, I think, where a little of my confusion comes, because it mentions like the percentage points. I think that's what you called them in, like, they're transposed. So 9 to 8, 12 to 8. So just, that's where I think I'm getting a little confused at instead of it, going up, hearing them like that makes me think we're going.
And that's where the differences in cohorts comes into play.
Okay.
And so that's why we don't want to just focus on what each cohort is doing. We want to try to focus on all students, regardless of the cohort, making that steady progress over time. And so one of the things to remember also, when you look at, remember in fall of 2021, those students who were fifth graders then had missed fourth grade and third grade instruction in person. They were at home and learning online. And in third and fourth grade, those are pivotal years where you switch from learning to read to reading to learn, and you pivot from learning to solve to solving to create. And those are really different academic needs that you have to have as you attack more rigorous curriculum as you go up in grade levels. So when you miss those years, it's not unusual to see those students who miss that third and fourth grade year have gaps in learning as they go through. And so that's part of why we're using the acceleration strategies, because they need to have that to be able to attack curriculum as they advance in grade levels. Similarly, when we look at our first and second grade data, or on our second and third grade data, those students who missed the kindergarten and first grade years, they're also having similar struggles because they never got that foundational face-to-face instruction from teachers. So that's why the cohorts are going to have differences, and there are all sorts of factors that come into how cohorts perform. But we want to make sure that regardless of what those factors are, the strategies we're using mitigate those and create benefit for students to accelerate their learning.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. May I ask you to repeat the question that we're focusing on with this answer? Just
So that question was a question to why does the goal say 23% and there's no 23% on this chart? And the reason for that is the 23% is from the goal that was set a year ago. And this is the cohort there. This is the grade level that we're looking at currently.
Thank you.
But there is a similar question that was asked, and the question was, how do we know the strategies we're using are the strategies that are going to make the progress that we need to be able to meet these goals? And so this takes us back to the learning acceleration strategies. And we talked a little bit about that earlier, but the learning acceleration strategies are really designed to help propel learners while simultaneously meeting the individual gaps that students have. You've also heard us talk about the iReady curriculum that we have with the MyPath, and the way that the MyPath is designed through a diagnostic assessment to uncover those gaps in learning. And then students are able to, on their laptops, on their computers, have personalized learning that is specific to those gaps that were uncovered in the diagnostic assessment. So in addition to having the time with the teacher to accelerate learning, they also have time to remediate and fill in those gaps in their learning. And so those are the reasons we believe these are strategies that are going to help us continue to make the kind of growth that we need to make to hit our targets.
Okay, so that helps kind of bring me back around because my question was, I was trying to see if this was one of my questions, because that was, the idea is, given what we do know about everything here that we have going on in our district and post-COVID, how are we going to speed up progress to that goal? So acceleration strategies is the answer, and we aren't looking at them by cohort, we're looking at them at their grade level, because if we did cohort, it would be
The cohort data is different in terms of if this is our goal, we need to look at the grade level by grade level as opposed to looking at the cohort's performance.
thank goodness, because it going up and down like that just confuses me even more. So I'm grateful to have a better understanding. I apologize, it's taking me that long to get here. But could we have a little, maybe just one new example of what an acceleration strategy is that I could pinpoint or envision, I guess?
Yes, so there are a variety of different acceleration strategies. One of the acceleration strategies is actually just being specific in teaching vocabulary and helping to unpack what that vocabulary is. And so I think that's probably one of the simple ones that and when you walk into our classrooms, one of the things you're going to start seeing are standards walls. Because what that does is it tells the students, this is the standard that we're going to be working on. And it helps the student to see that in order to reach that standard, I'm going to be able to do, and it breaks it down into simple steps that the student can name and identify that they're able to do to know that they've made that standard. And so our teachers are currently working on different strategies, including a tip chart, which helps to identify what are the targets, what is the indicator, and what's the practice that I'm involved in to be able to do that. You'll also see this, that they will have in their vocabulary charts, they'll have a picture of what it means, a description of what it means, so that the students are readily looking back and seeing the vocabulary when they need to access it until it becomes rote memory for them. So there are a variety of different strategies that we're seeing in our classrooms. And when Dr. Davila Hagigat talked about the DCTM time, the district collaboration team meetings, those are times where the teachers are actually planning together and trying these strategies and identifying them and then putting them into practice, watching which strategies are having the best benefit for the students with the standards that they're teaching. And we can provide, in a future meeting, I'll be able to provide some examples of those acceleration strategies so that we can, you can have that. And then when we walk through classrooms, you'll be able to see those in practice. And I believe that covers the questions that came in prior, but are there other questions that board members would like to ask?
Madam Chair, if I may, I have a question about questions. So my question is, so we submit our questions ahead of time that fit this who, what, why, how format. And then leadership answers them like that. And then if we have additional, are we supposed to be asking additional questions, or is the hope that and I know that this is a practice round. That's great. That's the plan. It's practice. So whatever happens, happens. But just for my rubric here, there's a rubric that's attached to all of this, and I'm very obsessed with it, just so that everybody knows. Is the hope that leadership will respond to our questions, and then, like, in a perfect world, are there no questions, or are we supposed to have questions in public?
Yeah, no, you definitely can ask questions here and in public. The grace part of it is if you ask a question that's so detailed and so complex that it requires administration to go back to get the information for you, that there be a common understanding here, right? That a deeply loaded question would be ideally asked beforehand so they can get the data and the information in time for the board meeting.
Okay.
Because they're also working pretty adamantly to put it in the board book so that your public and your community knows that you're asking these questions and they're gathering responses. The key here is to try to minimize the gotcha scenario of it, to where maybe I ask a question and this brings the mindset piece. If I engage in common pretending of where I want to blame administrations because I'm looking at data that I'm not happy with, that's not good, right? And so it's actually in the framework to say we're not going to do that. So as long as you're being fair in your questions to the leadership team, you're giving them enough respect to be able to gather the information, whether it be before the board meeting or here at the board meeting. And also if you ask one that they don't have an answer to, that you as a board not beat them up because they didn't have the answers right then and there. But ideally, you don't want to get into those situations where your leadership team is saying, we're going to have to get back to you on that one. That's what you'd like to avoid if at all possible. But it's not perfect. It's not to discourage you from asking questions. You definitely, this is the place before the meeting and now this is a place for you to be asking those questions. So as you remember, I said, these are the meetings where you'll be able to zoom in into the data.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I have another question now. Thank you, Dr. Vink, for bringing that up because I was still confused, but living in our grace together as we do this and practice together. So hearing that we are aiming towards having our answers to our questions so that way they can be uploaded into board docs. I guess I just am wondering, let me try again. So I sat here most of the time trying to say, is this the answer to my question? Is it my, when do we know if our question was really answered? And our governing board updates are always confidential. Not anybody else gets those, just us. So I guess I'm just still a little confused as to when we will get to that part where it will be in our, we'll be transparent, but also I think I do need a little more help knowing directly if my question was answered, because I spent about half of that time going, is this my question or not? And I wasn't paying attention to you. So I don't want that to happen anymore.
Well, thank you for being honest, right? And that's just it. The behaviors that we want to get to the root causes of you truly understanding that you're getting an answer to the question that you're really genuinely asking. And so what we'll go back to the 2-day training. The unfortunate part about individuals who have a camera on them, have a microphone, right, have a public watching, it has an unintended effect sometimes to want to push adults into pretending patterns. I'm going to pretend that I understand what I'm looking at. I'm going to pretend that I understood the response, and for the sake of not looking a certain way. The courage that you're able to display to say, well, I don't know that if my question was answered. I don't know if that's really what I was looking for. We want to minimize that and we want to close that gap. So my questions I would ask each of you is, if you're walking away unclear, if your questions are answered, your role as a board member is to be clear that you are progressing and you are moving in a positive direction versus stagnant or down. Because the pretending that'll come in is if you get to the third quarter and this goal isn't moving in the direction that you wanted, you're going to be beating yourself up that I didn't ask better questions. I didn't get more clarity. And so the other tools and the other opportunities you have as board members is to request time with Dr. Gonzalez and the superintendent, Dr. Davila Hagia, and say, hey, help me understand, convince me that this is really working. I as a board member, when I'm voting on these, I want to know that I truly understand it. So what I think I'm hearing is that if there's a gap right now, probably a good opportunity for you to visit with the leadership tomorrow, whatever that day looks like, to say, can we spend some time, because I want to really unpack what this means and truly help me understand. Because imagine if you as a board member aren't grasping the full complexity of this data, imagine how your community might also be struggling to connect the dots. So it's not a bad thing that you're admitting, it's a really brave thing. And that's the thing. We want to close these gaps and we want to get rid of the pretending because pretending doesn't lead to changing student outcomes for children. Pretending keeps us in a place of adult comfort and adult pretending that doesn't turn out for changed behaviors to benefit our children. Hate to get preachy, but you got me hyped on that one. Does that help?
Immensely, yeah, absolutely. So that helps me stay in my authenticity. So that way, yeah, when I am confused, I don't feel dumb or prioritize being polite over our students, over our community, because that's the opposite of what I want to do. So
Yeah.
thank you for that and for this practice. And more so voting on it before we started it, because I was so confused about that, like just agenda wise, but now everything makes perfect sense.
You weren't alone. And so it is again, I'll reiterate. Here, as your muscles get stronger on progress monitoring, because we don't pretend that this is an easy thing to do for board members. This is a tough journey, and this is new, right? To shift from coming in, let me scan my board book, or I read and I've got a specific thing that I want to zero in on. This is pushing you to think about your entire system and to learn how to where and how to zoom in. So yes, so I would say this, right? Please ask questions, even if you didn't submit them ahead of time. And be mindful that you're part of the team. So if you catch yourselves throwing casting blame on the board or superintendent, know that that is not what progress monitoring is designed to do. Progress monitoring is like, and it's in here, it's like, okay, what have I as a board member not done, or what could I do better? If you stay in the spirit of that, your progress monitoring sessions, by all means, ask questions. I just strongly encourage you to not get into positions where you're blaming somebody else in this room, because this is a collective effort by all of you. And then you can ask all the questions you want. That help? Cool.
Where do we leave off? Are you going to continue with the interim goals?
So we can continue looking at the interim goals. There is one other question that someone had, and it actually applies as we look at the interim goal 4.0. You'll notice when we look at the program participation group progress, ESS remembers exceptional student services, EL is our English learners. There's a question about the current progress. The person was wondering why there was 0% next to the English learners. That doesn't mean that we have 0 English learners. It means 0% of the English learners are currently on track to hit the grade level target. Again, that's why those are our students that we're really focused on in that. So as we look at the interim goal for goal 4, you can see that we are on track to make the progress that we expect to make. And that's that steady increase across there. And then if you look at the next slide, 4.1, these are our 6th graders. So again, I'm going to walk you through the progression. So in fall 2021, those 6th graders are now our 8th graders. In fall 2022, those 6th graders are now our 7th graders. And you can see that we made progress in that period of time from one year to the next with 6th grade. And now currently our fall 2023, we're also at 15%. So that's not a decrease from the year prior, because they're new grade level standards for this group of students. But we still believe, based on the progress that was shown in those previous years, in terms of the gaps that students made from fall to spring, that we are on target to hit that 13% gain to make the 28%. May I ask a question of Dr. Ramos? Sorry, since this is a practice session, so when we have the data that we shared with them, can we upload that into board docs, even though it will be posted after the 24 hours? Because in some cases, the questions came after the 24-hour mark.
Yeah, I would say one, Well, I guess I'd like to get feedback from the board first, and it's not my
Okay,
place to
well,
answer.
I just
I can
wasn't
give
sure.
my thoughts, but yeah.
I want to know what our
Yeah.
rules are for that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So if the question comes after the 24-hour posting mark, can we still provide that in a board up? Can we put that in the board docs as opposed to sending it to you as a board update?
Madam Chair, if I might, I am beside myself that we get to even give answers about this because that's been our ultimate, I know we've been supposed to be on our way there and getting there to having this information available to the public. And I think that would be just a great way to start that process. So I'm glad you went a little deeper on my question but I think it's a great idea and it's not like the agenda is changing, but of course we'll ask legal, but I love the idea.
Or if we can put it as a screen, although it's not, I don't know. Yeah, we'll figure out how to respond to that.
I think that the bigger part is going to be after the fact of, I've shared with all of you websites of other school districts that they publish their progress monitoring reports on the board webpage.
Yeah.
So whatever that final version ends up looking like, you'll have a history of how you as a board have been active in progress monitoring. And people will see the progression month by month or quarter by quarter. So yeah, I think that's probably the most important, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
And then the other question I have is, as I'm adding additional slides of data, do those count against the 5 pages in the board monitoring report or?
No, good
Okay.
question. So no board, please know that I'm the one that pressured them to stick to 3 to 5 in anticipation, because also there's a culture here in Phoenix #1 where I understand that some of you are used to seeing data in a certain way. That's the calibration that's happening right now, meaning like if you want bar graphs or things of that nature, that if you're anticipating, knowing that that's coming, I would say to stay true to the instrument, do to no more than 5 pages. When you know that the questions are coming, you're prepared. That's the calibration that's happening, is how does the board like to receive its data and information? And how does the administration get clarity on what that looks like? What we're doing is we're minimizing confusion here and we're getting that alignment.
And then we can post those on the website so that the public can see these. And we
Absolutely.
can have them in the slide deck that we present.
That's right. Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry for that sidebar. So if we go ahead and look now at interim goal 4.2. This again shows steady progress. Now the fall 2021, those 7th graders are now in high school. Our fall 2022, who started at 18%, are now our 8th graders that we're moving to the goal number 4. And then our 19% for fall 2023 are our current 7th graders. And again, when you look at the progress that was made for each of those core cohorts that are shown in the data that you have in front of you, all of their progress indicates that the 19 to 31% is a reasonable expectation for this cohort to be able to meet, to hit that target. And then if we look at the very last slide, this is a slide that is anticipation that we know our board likes to see how are our students performing across the board, school by school. And so just a reminder, there's a short abbreviated level of the interim goals for 4.0, 4.1, and 4.2. 4.0 is increasing from 23% to 28%. And so what you see here is in 2022-23 at Bethune, for instance, the percent meeting was 3. And in 23-24 for grade 5, the percent meeting is 3. So they're at risk of not meeting the grade level target at Bethune. And so that's why that's highlighted as red. When you look at the next bar, or right, following horizontally in 2022-23 for 6th graders, it is 11% that were, and then you see in 23-24, grade 6 actually went down. So that's marked in red. 22-23, it was from 12 for our 7th graders, and they went up to 21 in 23-24. So they're making progress, but we have 2 grade areas that we have to focus on to help really remediate and bring in the learning acceleration strategies simultaneously to get that learning progression. And having been on the campus and seen what's happening in the classrooms, I'm very confident that this is actually going to be an area of celebration for Bethune. But that's the pattern that we have. So we've provided that data for you so that you can see that. Yellows means there's you're at risk, but you're not in danger. And green means you are very likely to make that grade level target at the schools.
Can you, so we did talk about what is working, what needs more attention. So can you elaborate on adherence to the district adopted curriculum?
I can. So adherence to the district adopted curriculum is something that's really important. It's part of the curriculum audit that was done in 2021 or 2020. When was it done?
Like 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I know when I came here, that was a big thing in 2021. So it's part of the curriculum audit. And the reason this is important is because the curriculum was selected that we're using to align to our Arizona state standards. So we have curriculum that's aligned to that and is designed to give students the experiences that they need to have to be able to master the AASA, which is the state assessment of student academic standards. So when we look at not having access to that district adopted curriculum, we're providing an inequitable educational experience for students. So for instance, let's just say school A is using the district adopted curriculum and they're using the common formative assessments and they're giving their students those experiences. Those students, when they take AASA, now have that requisite background knowledge that they need to have for the standards. Their teachers have a high degree of confidence of where the students are in terms of meeting those standards and have provided all the interventions necessary or accelerations necessary to get students even above grade level. At school B, they're using a service where teachers design their own curriculum worksheets. And so the teacher is making photocopies of fun worksheets, but they're not necessarily aligned to the state standards. So the kids are doing work and the teacher's doing work, but when it's not aligned to the state standards and it's not in pace with what we're doing across the district, it creates an unequal opportunity for students. So that adherence to district adopted curriculum is really important. And I know that our PECTA leadership has also been very supportive of helping us to make sure that we are adhering to the district adopted curriculum. So that's an important thing that we've really got to get tighter about across the board. Our principals are focused on that. That's part of why they are helping to lead the district collaborative team meetings. And it's why, as we're doing walkthroughs, we're constantly looking at what are the strategies and what are the curriculum that our teachers are using across the board. Another area that needs more attention is our family partnerships. And I want to congratulate our governing board in their two-way communications, because a big part of the two-way communications that we've been doing is actually giving families strategies for how to support learning at home. We have amazing, as you heard earlier tonight, our congratulations to Ms. Rocio at HERD. We have amazing family and community engagement specialists at our school sites. And so what we want to do is really make sure that we're giving our families the opportunities to be partners with our schools We know that our teachers are with our students for 6 hours every day. Our families are the first teachers of our students. And so giving our families the tools and strategies that they can take home to practice and to use with their students is one of the best strategies that we can use to make sure that our students are meeting standards. We talk a lot about the use of common formative assessments. Formative assessments are just like these kinds of checks. So we're checking in right now to see, are there changes we need to make? Are we on track? Is there something that isn't looking right? What are we going to do about it? Formative assessments let a teacher understand where they need to make a change or where they need to celebrate progress. And so those formative assessments are a really critical part of making sure that as they're looking at their instructional cycles, they know where their students are and they're providing the right strategies to help the students stay on track or accelerate to get to the next levels.
Just
And
real
then-
quick, I just want to ask, that's an input. The formative assessment is an input?
They are an input. And then when we get the data that comes from that and what we choose to do with that is our output.
Thank you.
Great clarification.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, I have a quick question too.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm still understanding the first one, the adhering to the adopted curriculum. And I just have a quick clarifying question. When we mentioned the worksheets that are used, when those are used, is it worksheets from the curriculum that we did adopt as opposed to like different strategies or okay.
If the worksheets are part of the district adopted curriculum, we're adhering. But sometimes they are using things that are fun, but not necessarily aligned.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
it does. And I mean, just knowing.
And I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but there are
That's not-
certain things that, you know.
Absolutely. That is not even, I agree. And since I'm not in the classroom, of course, I've got a different perspective, but I just wanted to understand because I know with that audit, when I joined the board, what I learned was that our schools had been under, they had the discretion to decide what they were doing. And the same way we're expected to trust our experts here and there, like of course, if that's what we were doing, that's what we were doing. So I don't want it to seem like anything under the bus because we're all on this journey together. So
Right.
I just wanted to understand if it was worksheets that go with the curriculum that we adopted, or if we're still kind of just trying to close the gap on transitioning into all operating from the adopted curriculum.
Yes, and I think there's an important clarification inside the question that you're asking, because we want learning to be fun. And the curriculum that's adopted, it is a resource for us. And so within that resource, we should be able to trust our teachers and our leaders to use that resource to ensure that we're on target looking at the grade standards. What sometimes happens though is teachers lose sight of what the standards are and bring in coloring sheets. And that's not going to help our students. When we know that our students have significant learning that we have to make up, we can't be focused on coloring sheets. We have to really be focused on what is the standard and how do I help my students get there. And that doesn't mean we can't do really fun and engaging things to get there. And in fact, you see, I often celebrate in our board updates the really engaging activities that are happening on our campuses, because those are attached to our standards and they're helping our students accelerate learning. But we just have to get tight about making sure that every instructional minute possible is being used focused on those grade level standards. And the best way to ensure that's happening is that we're using our district adopted curriculum.
Thank you for the clarification. It really just helps get my vision a lot clearer, but also that way I'm able to express clearly when I'm supposed to help talk about our vision and stuff like that. It helps me be better, but it's completely understandable. I'm grateful for the clarification and right with you about no buses and that kind of thing. I just wanted to understand if that, for my own head, how do I understand this and be my best about it. So I apologize for us stopping, but I'm really grateful to have the clarity on what that looks like. So
And please never apologize for asking. It helps us all.
Thank you. Thank you. You bring up also you mentioned our site councils and those fun strategies that we got to, the hands-on learning that we did. And I am so excited that that's happening because it even helps me as a board member hear that site-based data to then just kind of understand the community, understand where our principal and teachers are at, but then transitioning over to the fun part with the extra activities and things. I really just didn't anticipate that. And I really just am grateful that we're doing that. So thank you, Board President Bueno, for making sure this is the path that we're on. And thank you both for making sure that we are able to do this together and help our community grow, because I didn't even see this coming. And it really helps me know where we're at. So I know where we're going, which helps me be better for this process of monitoring. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to comment too, just seeing that you have identified what needs more attention in our family partnerships. Like, how did I already know that that's what we needed? Like, we developed the agenda and that's what we worked on, right?
You're prescient.
Okay, finish last with the strategic tutoring opportunities.
Dr. Gonzalez, I
Yes,
have a question regarding the district adopted curriculum. How are we working to ensure that all the teachers have access to continuous learning opportunities regarding the curriculum so that they're all able to be on the same page in terms of how it's supposed to be implemented?
That is a great question, Board Member Carrillo. We have district professional development days that are choice days. So teachers get to select which professional development they go to. However, all of the curriculum that is adopted or for the professional development is geared toward using our district curriculum resources to provide Tier 1 best first instruction. And Dr. Galetti is our curriculum director who's really making sure that the planning is really organized around those resources. Additionally, through the district collaboration team meetings, as they're looking at their student data, they're bringing their student data based on the use of those resources, and we're able to ascertain who needs additional assistance in accessing something or in using something. We have curriculum content alignment specialists who are working to help make sure that the resources are getting to the teachers, that the teachers understand how to use those resources. And we also have Dr. Lloyd, who you think assessment, but the assessment is really, really, I know we all love Dr. Lloyd. We love all of our people, but, but the curriculum alignment and the assessment is what's helping us to understand how we're using the curriculum. And so he works with our testing coordinators and our IEISs to make sure that they are seeing the curriculum used in their classrooms and that they're being able to track how each student is progressing in that. So it's not just one way that we're doing that, Board Member Carrillo. It's a multitude of ways that we're really trying to make sure that that's happening. And of course, our principals are instrumental in making sure that the teachers are using the district curriculum. They are doing walkthroughs and they are visiting classrooms with us and on their own so that we're making sure that people have the resources and the materials that they need.
Thank you. And then my last question is, how are we, give me a second here. I'm sick, so getting brain dead a lot. How are we capturing what teacher feedback is regarding the curriculum?
So we use the teacher feedback process. Currently, we're getting ready to start a new adoption. We actually begin the adoption of our ELA curriculum tomorrow. And so we ask teachers to be part of that selection committee. We also, over the summer, we had teachers who participated in creating curriculum maps. We had over 40 teachers who met in different grade spans to look at the curriculum maps and to give us feedback on what is working and what isn't working. Again, there isn't one single way. It's a constant conversation. Our association is definitely instrumental in giving us input and feedback about what's working with curriculum or what isn't working. And that's helping us to understand. And of course, the end of the line is, are we seeing gains in student achievement? And so if we're seeing those gains in student achievement and we're making sure that the things are making sense to our teachers, we feel like we're in a good place. But we do still go up for adoption on a regular basis. In some cases, we'll continue with the curriculum that we currently have. In other cases, we will make a change because the teachers and the educators on that committee and those who are able to give input to that help us make different decisions.
Thank you.
And then for strategic tutoring. So the common formative assessments are the way that we identify what different students need. And that helps us to identify the opportunities for strategic tutoring. You'll recall, board president and board members, you adopted a strategic tutoring program last year that gave teachers a slightly higher hourly wage. And that hourly wage was because the kind of work that goes into that strategic tutoring is very purposeful. So they begin with a pre-assessment and they'd have a post-assessment to measure whether or not the students are making progress in that. But the students are selected based on what we're seeing from the common formative assessments, as well as the diagnostic or the benchmark assessments, to be able to see these are students who are significantly behind and they need additional assistance, and that they provide that extra assistance after the school day. There was just recently an article that came out, a research study that was showing that the best bang for your buck in terms of providing tutoring for students actually occurs at the student's school after hours. And so I think this is a great example. And Magnet is a school that has been really great about not only providing tutoring after school, but providing tutoring on Saturdays for Saturday school. So we know that the extra time and energy actually does have benefit, but we also recognize that that's a burden on teachers, which is why we asked for the additional pay to make sure that teachers are paid when they do provide that assistance to our students.
Thank you. And in this strategic tutoring, is there also opportunities for parents to sit in and also kind of contribute and be part of this tutoring?
Currently not in the way that we have it structured, but we are having more of our schools adopt the APTT, which is academic parent teacher teams, where similar to what we're doing at the two-way communication, the site council meetings, that the teachers and the parents are learning together strategies to use with their students. They're looking at student data and understanding where students should be, and then they're taking home strategies that they can use with their students at home to continue the tutoring, but in a family engaging kind of way.
Thank you. And you said we're just barely starting that process?
The strategic tutoring began last year.
The
APTT, that is picking up speed in many of our campuses, and I don't know exactly how many are using it at this point, but I can get that in a board update for you later.
And then can you also give us an update when we'll be at 100%?
Of our schools using an APTT? Yes, I will do that.
Thank you. Okay, how are we feeling? Are we ready to move on to our next agenda item? We got that okay? Okay. We are moving on to C4, receive, discuss, and take possible action on superintendent interim guardrails.
Madam President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, members of the board, cabinet and community. I come before you with the most modified guardrails after receiving additional feedback the team and I, the administrative team and I were able to change some of these. And today I will share those changes for your consideration. When we look at our guardrail number 1, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without reciprocal and effective communication between the board, district employees, and community stakeholders. Interim guardrail 1.0 has changed completely from what was shared with you, the very last rendition of this, and now it reads, by May 2024, the district will increase diverse, accessible communication targeted to specific audience and their needs, as mentioned, as members of the Phoenix One community by 15%, as measured by the circulation and engagement metrics collected from digital media, print distribution, two-way communication events, and other earned media. The reason why these changes were made was to bring more clarity and bring more focus around what were some of the pain points for our board members. And here it will allow us to really concentrate on communication that fits the different needs of the audiences. And working with our executive director for marketing communications and community relations, we were able to look at the numbers that were represented by our digital media specific to social media and websites. We were looking at print distribution. Some of these examples included our magazine, Inside Phoenix. And then we were looking at the two-way communication events as well as other earned media. Once we compile all the information, we were able to see that in order for us to better serve our community, we would need to increase the amount of communication that's happening, as well as make ourselves accessible for that two-way communication so that we can continue to receive feedback and input. And I'll pause there for questions. And I may need to invite our executive director, Ms. Baker, up as well to support with this interim guardrail. Any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I was saying not yet because none had popped in, but I am really excited to see this drafted differently than operating from our platforms. So I guess I would like to ask for some examples. I do know what our two-way communication events are. I guess I should clarify, is that the same thing as our site councils meetings that we have set up? Are those synonymous with each other?
That is one example of two-way
One.
communication. We're also looking at our cafecitos when we come in and get input from our staff. And we just want to make sure that we also open ourselves up for a larger audience with the town hall meetings throughout our district, which is something that would allow us to really address different communities on their concerns or things that are going really well for us. And so our goal is to bring as much input and feedback on what is working well for our community and what are areas where we can grow and make stronger choices that would help our families and our students.
Dr. Davila Haga, my wheels are spinning. I don't mean for there to be an awkward silence while I'm in question mode. May I hear a little more about what it looks like to target specific audiences and our needs as members of the Phoenix One community?
Absolutely. And for this, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Baker. She had the opportunity to share some of those thoughts as well and has great ideas.
Madam President, Madam Vice Chair, Cabinet, members of the community, for about 30 days now, have been the Executive Director of Communications, Marketing, and Community Relations. My name is Nicole Baker. And so as I've started to assess and look at targeted communication, I've seen a couple of things that I think we're doing really well that we can also do better with. So for example, we've seen through our social media that having information accessible in different languages is something that's been really important. So when we look, for example, at like our direct messages, a lot of our direct messages come in Spanish. So being able to keep that, and not only that, being able to respond to it is one example of making sure that our information is targeted. So making sure that we continue making that information accessible on social media and on our website. Again, however people need it. And so that also means that some people need printed flyers. So if we know that we're doing a community event, we know that we can't just focus on website and social. Some people are never going to get it like that. So we know that we also need to really take into account printed flyers. Maybe we need to mail something. Maybe we need to physically post something in different locations in order for people to get that information. And so that's what we really mean by wanting to focus on getting things to people where they're going to be able to access it and get it easily.
Thank you. May I ask how this might tie into our Family Resource Center?
So it'll play a big part there because we know that that's one of the areas where we need to get people that information. So for example, they've got an event coming up next month. And we know that we can't focus solely on the way we've been doing things in order to get people to a community event, for example, that's on a Saturday. So we know the event's on a Saturday. We know it's a community event at large. So we're going to have to take different strategies. So again, looking at printed material, but also since it's a community event, we know that we're going to need to put some extra effort into advertising that event specifically, and not the same way that we would do an event that's more internal, right? We know that we're going to probably need to spend a little extra energy and effort on making pointed advertisement where we can geo-target. So we know that we'll need to do that when it's something that's more of a community event at large, instead of something that's more Phoenix #1 focused.
Thank you. I love hearing the word extra in there. May I ask how this translates into translation services and accessibility for everyone with different abilities?
Yes. So for one, we actually just hired a translator, which we're really excited to get that person onboarded and ready to go. And so one of that person's jobs is going to be walking hand in hand with me as we figure out what needs to be translated. And as I'm learning, the answer is all of our communications really need to be translated. And so making sure that we're communicating with the sites, with staff, to make sure that everything that needs to be translated gets translated. And one thing that's really, I think, important is doing it in a timely manner. So I remember when I first needed to figure out how to translate, I was like, who am I supposed to call? So it's really nice having that person 6 feet from me. So that way we can get things translated in a timely manner. But also if it's a language other than what we speak in the office, knowing who's already on contract that we can reach out to make sure we get that translated also.
One more small question. How does this also serve our needs in our board docs space and agenda?
So I am not sure at the moment. I have not entered into the land of board docs yet. But when I do, I definitely think there's always ways to improve our processes in order to have some good two-way communication in there.
Thank you very much for all of the information. I'm really excited to hear about all of these different. I had a question, so I was trying to get myself back there, but I think I'm good to go. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. Can you define diverse?
Yes, so when we talk about diverse communications, it's really looking at the different methods that we use. So right now, a lot of times we focus just on maybe 2, 3 different methods. But what I really like us to start looking at is we probably have, if we counted them, we probably have 15 different communications methods within the district that we have at our disposal. And so making sure we use those appropriately. So for example, I've got a chart that shows who has access to what communication method. And it goes like this. Right.
Mhm.
So getting into a place where everybody on the left side can communicate to all those different methods that we have within the district will allow us to have diverse communication. So again, no matter where someone engages, they get that same information, no matter which method we're using to communicate.
Thank you. I really appreciate that understanding and definition. And my last question for 1.0 is, how do we know what the needs of our members are?
So I think one way we always get feedback. And so taking it in, but also being accessible for it. So for example, we've got, emails, social media messages, and different ways that we get that feedback in. So making sure we take it and seeing, really how we can find the yes on things to make sure everyone's getting the information that they need.
So for example, if I'm a small business owner, how do you know what my needs are in order to communicate with me on behalf of the school district? And that may be a question for the superintendent, so please feel free to answer.
We would need to reach out to the different businesses around and make a closer partnership with them. That is something that has not been done, I think, at the level where it allows us to bring our community in. So when we were addressing this interim guardrail, our goal is to really, we've had our luncheons. Last year, we only had one. And so we want to make sure that quarterly we're sending out information for our business partners so that we can re-engage some of them. We've had a really great list in the past, but it's not something that we have stayed very, whether it be, we haven't had the list really become something for us in a priority list. So that we can have these partnerships. It needs to be a focus for us. And so we need to bring that to the table because we know that our business partners give us the opportunity to really provide different resources that we may not be able to do alone, and vice versa, where we're able to support, especially our small business around our area so that they too can continue to thrive. So we need to reach out more to them is the answer that I believe is going to help us.
Thank you for, I guess it's like an acknowledgement that you haven't put in as much effort to get to know our small businesses. So maybe using I statements instead of we would be helpful.
And I take full responsibility for that. Absolutely. I would love to be able to reach out more to our business partners.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Any other questions for 1.0? Yes, you have one.
Yes, I apologize, but you made my, you triggered another thought. So as far as knowing needs, if I'm a potential preschool parent and I don't really know transitions to where I'm going, where I'm supposed to get my kid registered, like how are we reaching those parents or thinking about reaching those parents?
So I think a few different ways. Number one, making sure our website is in a place where people can kind of see the guide map throughout the district is one great way. But also, I think there's plenty of opportunities for partnerships, both amongst the communications team and even with the family center and the faith specialist to help do that. So what comes to mind for me is, some of the things that we do for 8th graders. I think that can also be mapped out in a way for our younger families also.
Okay. 1.1. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
1.1 remained the same, specific to us formally tracking an increase for reciprocal communication so that we can have employee entries and we are able to address and do the data collection through a third-party entity. So this one has not changed since time that we presented.
May I ask why 10 is the max?
Because we don't have right now a baseline, so we wanted, in working with Dr. Ramos, he wanted to make sure that we had a specific number. And so we don't know if we're going to receive more than 10 or less than 10. Right now, we have informally received these, whether it be compliments or concerns, but it has not been tracked. And so for us right now, it's a starting number, and next year we'll be able to know what the third party entity shares with us in data, and we'll be able to have a more accurate number there to be able to reach that.
But what's the number? You just said that you did get informal. So what's that number?
It hasn't been tracked. And I can look at, work with my team and see.
So
what we
you
have.
didn't track it to get a number where we can actually get a better baseline?
We don't have a third party entity bringing
You
that
just
right
said you
now.
did get informal concerns and compliments. So
We
that
would-
doesn't give you any type of idea of what the baseline should be?
But it wouldn't connect with the third party collection that we're having. And so right now we don't have a third party entity that's doing this for us. So it wouldn't be formally tracked.
That just seems like a low number. I mean, I hear 10 complaints just walking through these halls.
Madam Chair, if I might join in, I would say the same experience for hearing good things too. So I do sympathize, empathize with the concern and the creation of this guardrail with regard to beginning the process with our third party entity. So if I'm hearing right, we're starting that next year, not anytime.
No, it's starting this year with All Voices. That was the entity that our board selected.
Yeah.
So we're starting that. So we're probably about 4 weeks away from bringing that to a reality for us.
Okay, that was going to be my question, is when are we? I just have a lot of shooting thoughts because I'm getting excited about all of this potentiality. So I apologize for not having the right word, but that's where I was going with that, because being able to, I guess, have a timeline, a beginning and an ending, know where we're at on that, it helps. So 4 weeks out, my question with that now is, what conversations or feedback have you heard regarding our third party entity on what those what we anticipate those communications to look like?
And this is something that Dr. Bowman has been really working closely with. But what we are expecting from the platform is the ability for us, number one, to be able to put it out there to our employees, and then us begin to receive their entries by us making sure that we are advertising it in a way that it's accessible to them. So I have not had experiences with All Voices, but I have had experiences with another third-party entity. And so the way that it works, and I believe it's similar, the entries come in, some are with identifiable names. And so we're able to get back to them right away and find out what their concern may be. And so they initially get that reply, and then we're able to work through it. Some are anonymous. And so for the anonymous ones, we're able to understand the concern, and we're able to work within our organization to correct some of those challenges, but we're not able to individually address the person that has submitted those concerns because we're not able to identify them.
Quick follow-up question with that one. So am I hearing that the third-party entity might be a liaison to any of that communication, or is it just lost because it comes in anonymously?
When it comes in anonymous, we're not able to respond. They're providing the entries for us, but our district, our organization is the one that addresses any of those concerns.
Any further questions right now? Thank you very much.
Okay, hearing none, moving on to number 2.
Yes, our guardrail, interim guardrail 2.0. First, the guardrail reads, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a human organization customer service plan to foster trust and collaboration. 2.0 was modified as we reviewed the information. We looked at just not giving ourselves enough of the necessary implementation time to be able to really have a deep understanding within our district. So by March 2024, the district will support employees' knowledge acquisition of the Phoenix #1 customer care promise and standards, increasing knowledge from 5% during 22-23 school year to 100% of our employees demonstrating knowledge of the Phoenix #1 customer care and standards. This is the part that changed as measured by monthly learning module assessments. So we'll be able to use Safe Schools if we so choose to as an introduction, but then what we're also interested in doing is breaking those down and share them monthly and create assessments so that it's not just the introduction, so that we get the deeper knowledge and understanding and support our employees in really capturing the essence of what we're wanting to do with the standards, with the customer care promise and standards. So this allows for a deeper implementation. It also allows for us to assess our progress throughout, not just a one and done situation of if we just had it on Safe Schools, we assess you once, we know that you read them, but then there's not a lot of follow-up. This gives us the opportunity for that follow-up for 2.0.
Madam Chair,
Mhm,
may I begin conversation on this one?
sure.
I do remember us discussing customer care when we were drafting these in January. So I'm just happy we're here at this point. But from what I hear, Safe Schools is like our computer-based learning space for everything, or just the customer care?
No, it's for everything. We utilize it so that our employees are able to review different modules and different topics, and then they take their assessment, and we're able to also record that their participation was there.
Dr. Davila Hagiga, I know this might be a, if you don't have the answer, no hard feelings. I know we're still in transition. Well, I know we're still getting used to things here under new leadership, but in the past with the Safe Schools, do you know if we've gotten to 100% on other things, other learning modules?
What I do know is that we have our human resource department following up with all of our employees. And so I think in many areas, we get super close to 100% through a lot of different reminders. There may be some that need more encouraging than others, but the goal is that we do get to that 100%, because in many cases, these are trainings that are mandatory for us to complete. And so the chase is really, really strong in making sure that they get completed.
Apologize for the delay. So knowing that these guardrails are all developed and supposed to be in line with achieving our student outcomes goals, I would love to understand more how you see this guardrail and its measurement helping us reach, let's say, goal number 4 that we just kind of worked on, or any example you would like or prefer, but just to kind of help me wrap my head around how this remains a student outcomes focused guardrail.
Yeah, customer care is a priority as it brings a safe and nurturing environment for our students, for our staff, for our families. And so before we are in a space to achieve academics, we need to make sure that we have an environment that embraces and values and respects what our families, our students, and our staff bring. And so having our customer care promise and standards aligns us and allows us to, as a district, have that cohesiveness that impacts our culture of learning in a way that is positive.
I'm done asking questions if anyone was wondering. Sorry, I'm still processing things and I appreciate the time.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on to 2.1.
By May 2024, the district will support students, parents, and guardians' awareness of the Phoenix #1 customer care promise and standards, increasing the awareness from 0% during the 22-23 school year to 100% as measured by quarterly communication of the customer care promise and standards in family's home language. This one changed right at the top where it says students, parents, and guardians awareness. That was earlier knowledge. And so as we discussed it further, we learned that it would be very hard for us to assess their knowledge. And so what we were really going for is that they are aware that we have this approach in our entire district of doing the customer care promise and standards. And that would be through us sending their communications and making them aware. So that's how this one changed. And it went from 0 to 100 because it's not something that we have done for our parents yet as a consistent approach.
Any questions? Move on to 2.2.
2.2, by May 2024, the district will earn an increase in student, parent, and guardian satisfaction with Phoenix #1 customer care from 0% during the 22-23 school year to 75% during the 23-24 school year as measured by the client satisfaction survey conducted by a third party. This one also changed, and what we decided to do is to not focus on the standards, the customer care and promise standards themselves, but rather to focus on that customer care. It's going to be the outcome, our efforts that we make on guardrail 2.0 and 2.1 are going to be seen in guardrail 2.2 because our families will be able to share the satisfaction with us as an entity. And so that's how this one changed.
Any questions? Okay, move on to number 3.
Guardrail number 3, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a system designed to recruit, employ, and retain diverse staff who reflect the community and meet the needs of our urban district students and their learning environments. This remained the same in language. What we did do is we brought it back to only one interim guardrail that includes the recruitment, employment, and retention. And so it had been 3 separate ones. And through feedback, it was shared that it may be best to have one.
Number 4.
Guardrail number 4, the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a site budget process where resources are allocated equitably. The last part of this interim guardrail 4.0 change to school year as demonstrated by site leaders accessing and running budget reports from the general ledger. It used to be to print, but as we discussed it further and received input, we found that the printing within this interim guardrail was not a need. What really the need was accessing and running those reports to make sure that our leaders have the budget understanding and the guidance of our CFO to make sure that those are utilized appropriately.
Number 5.
The superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without implementing a community-focused plan to mitigate student enrollment barriers. 5.0, what we chose to do on this one is to expand it. And so now it reads, by May 2024, the district will increase early enrollment outreach event from 1 event to 5 events to welcome new families to Phoenix #1 by creating targeted marketing and community events, including but not limited to birth to 3 entities. And so our goal here is to make sure that we are taking opportunities to increase early enrollment regardless of the grade level through some of the events. And we're doing 1 event to increasing it to 5. And we will make sure that we also capture birth to 3. And so we just wanted to make sure that it opened us for better opportunities.
Why would we focus on birth to 3?
Again, given the feedback that was shared with us, part of the birth to 3 for us is important because our families are not perhaps not understanding or not knowing that we exist as an option. So we want to make sure that we bring those to them before they're even thinking of any particular district.
And what's the 1 event?
The 1 event that we had last year was our educational showcase, our picnic. And so that allowed us to bring families from different areas. We had our enrollment, the laptops there. And so we were capturing some of that interest. So that's the 1 event that we had last year.
Any other questions? 5.1.
By May 2024, the district will reduce the rate of chronic absenteeism from 38% in 22-23 to 20% by implementing a plan to address the rates of chronic absenteeism in partnership with family and community engagement specialists across the district, monitoring data school by school. This one was rewarded, and we also looked deeper into our data, and we found that right now our chronic absenteeism is 38%. It used to read greater than 20. And so based on that information, then we went and set our goal to make sure that it's reduced to 20%.
Madam Chair, if I might ask my question. Thank you very much. I am wondering if you can help me tie how focusing on chronic absenteeism will help our student enrollment numbers grow and grow quickly. Because that was my vision when we were first drafting these. So I just want to know if that is in alignment with how I'm thinking about it.
Thank you for your question. Yeah. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez as she works closely with this one as well.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, I think when we look at chronic absenteeism, that is an issue that helps or actually doesn't help our achievement to go up. So we really need to address absenteeism as a way to get students to school. I think when students are in school and their performance increases, it becomes a draw for other families because high performing schools are a draw for families in the neighborhood to come. I also think if we focus on creating those sorts of welcoming environments where families feel welcomed and they talk to their neighbors and they hear, oh, this is a wonderful school to come to. The principal is very helpful. The family and community engagement specialists make us feel welcome, help us get the resources we need so that our students can come to school. I think that's always a draw in terms of word of mouth to get more students enrolling in our programs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both Dr. Davila Hagaga and Dr. Gonzalez. May I please have some examples of what that looks like as far as incentives? Just what is the understanding that will, what was, I guess, your guys' understanding in developing this that will get our kids and our parents showing up more, but also understanding the importance of our understanding how this ties to our student achievement, I guess. What does that look like?
I just recently had an interaction with teachers and a committee from one of our schools, and they were working exactly on reducing the chronic absenteeism. And they were sharing a lot of ways to motivate our students to come to school. And within that conversation, I had shared, how do we support our families? How do we incentivize our families? What does it look like if we invite our families for a special meal and as I was having those conversations, the individual was very excited because she said, I hadn't thought about it in the extension of the family. We're always motivating our kids, but we know that sometimes our kids are not in a place where they're able to get themselves to school, or there's other circumstances where they're not able to come with the frequency that they should. And so that's one most recent example where I encounter. I know that there's several schools, if not all, that are working on this, and I would love to be able to come back and share with our board what are some of their strategies so that I can give you more specificity on what's being done.
Okay, to highlight, or I guess to stay on focus there with you about what our different schools might be coming up with. I guess one understanding how how you and leadership and principals in our schools are learning what's going on at home to try and bridge that gap, I guess. Understanding that part would be helpful in my understanding how this will help us monitor well and then also reach our student outcomes focused goals.
So we've had the opportunity to work with our social workers, and they stay very close to the needs of our families. Whom I hear from the most is our principals, as they share with me some of the more critical cases. But outside of that, we also have Dr. Alishire that supports on a daily basis, whether it be critical needs or needs that our families have so that we can mitigate some of those interests. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Alishire, see if you can share with us a few examples of how our families are being supported in those areas.
Doing okay there, Dr. Alshire?
Good evening, Madam President, Governing Board, Community, Cabinet. I couldn't be more proud of the work our schools are currently doing in this particular area. The research, the articles, we can't possibly escape what's the work that COVID has laid out for us in terms of this area. Our chronic absenteeism was high before the pandemic, but it took on a new level of importance after. There's a variety of resources that our leaders are utilizing. Almost every single one of our campuses, starting last year, in fact, but moving with more urgency this year, have attendance teams. These are headed by their FACE specialists, attended by also social workers, in many cases, the principal or IIS themselves, who are really looking at the data of what's going on with students, with certain students. We have a resource called Panorama. I think you might remember me discussing it in detail last year. It is a phenomenal resource for our schools to be able to look at students who are really being tracked and flagged for chronic absenteeism as early as right now, right? We define chronic absenteeism as any student who has missed 10% or more of a current school year. So if you have been in school for a month or 2 months, if you're already missing 3 or 6 days, you fall in the category of towards chronic absenteeism. We shouldn't be waiting until the 18th day to look at a student who is chronically absent. So those students are being looked at now in real time on a weekly or even bi-weekly basis through those leadership teams. I'm honored to be included on a lot of the communication with our principals. They send it out to all their staffs. They're tracking this with their staffs and setting real-time goals, utilizing that panorama data. So I think we could really be able to provide a really great update. I'm looking at a couple of principals in the back here that I'm not going to call them out right now. Yeah, but in Anderson, these are schools that are really examples of how this work is being done. It's being led by the principals, but it's a multifaceted effort with our PACE specialists, social workers, and of course, we can't forget the teachers themselves, right? The teachers themselves who are being encouraged to really reach out on those students who are already beginning to show those signs of becoming disengaged in school and not being able to persist, right? Because that, when we look at the data and we going back to the question regarding student academic performance, the number one indicator of students' continued academic performance is not their test scores. It is not their poverty rate. It is none of those things. It is their level of absenteeism. That is the number one correlation to students being academically successful. Students that are not in their schools are not able to learn. And so we really are working hard to address those particular components with more thorough committees and systems and data tracking and ownership by the school. So that's long and the short of it.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Amy. I just want to add a quick comment on along the lines, because I see that there's a partnership with family and community engagement specialists. And as a parent, every day I get a dojo post that shows what the attendance rate at Emerson was that day and what the goal attendance rate is. And I just think that's a really cool way to engage families and for families to know, like, this is where we are and this is where we need to be and how can we support each other to do that. So I'm just wanted to throw it in there. Sorry.
And I can attest to 2 different engagement events held by Edison and over at Herd, in which the focus specifically was on the research around attendance and trying to reach out to those families about the importance of attendance. It was a focal point in both of those cafecitos that just occurred. So the leaders are really doing the work and really trying to do an all hands on deck approach. So that's not just the teacher, it's not just the social worker, which sometimes we follow those habits, but really an entire village trying to wrap it up for some of these students to make sure that we are not letting them slip through the cracks.
Thank you. I think any other questions I might have, I feel like I can get at a later time when I can meet with our leadership team. Thank you.
So Jill, I just wanted to let you know that I have to excuse myself for the meeting. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and I will get updates.
Don't forget your dinner.
Hmm?
Your dinner.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Yeah, I'm struggling with 5.1 because the goal is to get our children into our school system. And we're trying to address what a strategy once we get them into the school system. So I understand the importance of talking about absenteeism, but I'm just not convinced that it goes under this guardrail. So without any further questions, how are we feeling? You want to get a motion?
Alicia Vink, so moved.
Reggie
Uh,
Cayo, second.
Oh, thank you.
Any discussion?
Briefly, I just want to thank you for that. I didn't make that connection, but your point that you made brought me back to when we were drafting these in January. So I hope that's taken into consideration because I do appreciate the idea that if we do get more kids in here, we will be able to start building that pipeline up of our student outcomes. But I also definitely understand the need for the chronic absenteeism. So I'm just grateful for both of the parts that might help this understanding of reaching our goal. So with that, I apologize for stopping the roll call vote, but I'm ready if anyone else is.
Roll call?
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
No.
for Mr. Regional Carrillo,
Yay.
Ms. Erica de la Rosa,
No.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Yay.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
So torn on this. Madam Chair, may I have a minute to kind of gather myself before I decide? I had it and then I need to kind of just look from top to bottom and then be certain about my.
Sure,
So
take your
thank you.
time.
Aye. May I please explain my vote?
Sure.
Considering we changed the number of guardrails that we do have, there were 4 that it did not grasp my vision, my reasoning behind it. So my decision was wanting to get this milestone passed so that we could move forward, because we've been trying at this for a while. So the fact that I hit 5 and I can work to understanding or seeing how this goes with the 4. At this point, I'm voting because I'm ready to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to community communications. Ms. Valenzuela, do we have any?
We do not have any community communications.
Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. May I get a motion?
Alicia being so moved.
Board Member Carmen Trujillo, I second.
Roll call. Any discussion? Roll call.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Reginald Carrillo,
Yay.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our information discussion, and we will have a presentation from the City of Phoenix Community and Economic Development Department about our downtown redevelopment area plan. Thank you, Mr. Keaton, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening, Madam President, members of the governing board. Thank you for having us. I am Zanny Keating. I'm Deputy Economic Development Director at the City of Phoenix. Thank you. Yes, we have a little bit of a presentation here about the downtown redevelopment area, and I'll tell you a little bit about the project. So first, who the project team is. So, I'm kind of leading this team. I have Eric Prochnow, who's our actual project manager on the team. He's here with us tonight. And then we have a consultant who is really putting this plan together. We are, at the city, we're not necessarily the experts in putting these plans together. It's an important tool for us. It's an important exercise for us to go through, but we always want to bring on the actual experts in the industry to actually put this together. Then we've also created a neighborhood steering committee to help assist us with this plan. That steering committee is made up of representatives from a number of neighborhoods throughout the redevelopment area, and I'll talk more about what that even means in just a minute. And then other stakeholders. So we have university partners, business partners, nonprofits. We were able to just add a representative from the Phoenix Elementary School District as well. So we have your group represented in our neighborhood steering committee as well. So that's kind of how all of this is set up. That steering committee is helping to guide us as we go through this property or this process. They know the community, they know the neighborhoods, the redevelopment area better than we do, certainly. And so they're helping to guide us through this process as we figure out what this plan looks like. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about purpose and what our goals are. So I'll jump into those. What is this plan? What are the minimum requirements? What are we trying to get out of it? All of that sort of thing. So first, we'll talk about a little bit of the background of where this comes from. So we're working on this plan today. This actually comes out of a process that we completed back in 2020, which was to recertify what was our existing downtown redevelopment area at that time. And we have a map in just a second, but first to talk a little bit about that process. So we went through this recertification process. We actually expanded the redevelopment area pretty significantly at that time. But the process is we go through, we survey every single property within the redevelopment area. It was over 7,000 sites within the redevelopment area that we surveyed. And we're looking for what are called indicators of slum and blight. And these are indicators that are given to us by state law. The Arizona revised statute tells us what indicators to look for. We document which of these properties have them, which of them don't. And then over 70% of the properties within the redevelopment area actually had at least one indicator of slum and blight. And that's how we ended up recertifying it. So this is what your map looks like. It's a little bit grayed out on this screen, but you can kind of see I-17 to the south. You also have I-17 on the west, you have I-10 on the north, you have 16th Street on the east, and you can kind of see there's a lot of I don't want to say holes, but it's not a square, it's not a rectangle, it's kind of a jagged area. The kind of shaded boxes that you can see here were existing redevelopment areas that were already on the map. Most specifically, and it's really hard to see, but the downtown redevelopment area is right there in the middle at sort of the top of the screen. It's a very light blue shaded area that was on that map. That redevelopment area was originally designated in 1979. And so we were going through this process, which was triggered by state law. And I can happy to get into that if you guys have questions about the reasoning behind that. But we went through this recertification process and then ultimately really changed the boundaries pretty significantly of the downtown redevelopment area. Part of that was parts of the redevelopment area no longer needed to be within a redevelopment area. So we were kind of cutting those out. There weren't those indicators of slum and blight in those areas. But we also looked at expanding the redevelopment area because within the downtown area, and the original redevelopment area, this is the core of downtown that we think of between 7 and 7, really grants to McDowell, approximately, again, sort of a jagged edge area. There's been a lot of investment over the last, especially 10 to 20 years, very significant investment. And that area has changed pretty significantly. We're starting to see that investment bleed beyond those boundaries. And we knew we needed to start looking at what is that investment? What should that investment look like outside of those boundaries? Because if we're not ahead of that discussion, and we have people coming in and investing without really some guidance from the community about what they want to see, then it's hard for the city to tell them what that investment should look like. And so we expanded those boundaries to give those communities the opportunity to really look at, what should that investment look like in those areas. There's a number of other existing redevelopment areas that also existed sort of patchwork in some of these areas. And a lot of those plans at minimum were about 20 years old. And some of them, like the downtown redevelopment area, go all the way back to 1979. As you know, the city looks very different. It's very hard to rely on policy that was adopted in 1979 moving forward. I have a lot of slides. I'm going to go through a lot of this additional information very, very quickly. So if I miss anything or if you have any questions, please let me know, and we can always go back to anything. And I already see a question.
I didn't want to jump in, so it was my double Dutch process of waiting for the right time, but I would really appreciate just an example of slum and blight from your perspective, so I can understand this fully.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Trujillo. So there's quite a few examples. Vacant land, vacant property are two of the most common within the district, but there can be other things like not having electrical service or not having utility hookups. If there's significant weeds or trash, buildings in disrepair, so structural issues. If there's roof that is deteriorating, windows that are broken, those sorts of things. It does need to be significant. Can't just be, like a little crack in a window or something like that. Or, it looks like the landscapers haven't come in a couple of weeks. It's got to be a lot more than that in order for it to really trigger. So what is a redevelopment area plan? There are a lot of words up on that screen. The only reason I put that up there is this is the definition from state law. And so you're welcome to take a picture of that or reference it in the future. But really, it is a plan that the city uses to drive investment in areas where we need to see that investment, where there is a predominance of slum and blight conditions. And, what do we need to be doing to help, I don't know if I want to say eliminate, but prevent that sort of activity from occurring. And it can be a variety of things, from investment from our side, working with other investors to come in and invest in private property. What sort of infrastructure can we be putting in, public facilities, all of those sorts of things are some of the things that we take a look at. There are minimum plan components that the state requires. Some of these things we'll address, but we will not have anything. Things like land acquisition. The city has no plans for any land acquisition at this time. They require us to talk about relocation. That's not something that the city has any interest in doing. If the city were, things changed and we were to do something like land acquisition, that would come back through a very public process, and the community would have an opportunity to weigh in on something like that in the future. So some of the goals are really to, you see a number of the goals there, but they're really to identify or understand that these are very diverse neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are not like downtown. We have a lot of history here, and trying to make sure that we're kind of bringing that history, the community, the cultural resources together that exist within these neighborhoods all together into this plan, and then really create equitable planning for these neighborhoods, respecting that these neighborhoods are not going to want to see the same kind of investment that we're seeing within downtown currently. To give you a little bit of an idea of what our timing is, so we started this process early at 2022 for the plan update. So this plan accompanies the actual boundaries that exist today. We're going through that process to update that plan. We've done a lot of assessment of what exists out there. And our consultant is actually writing the plan right now. We're expecting to hopefully staff will see it in the next couple of weeks. We'll have some time to go through it and make sure that there's not anything just absolutely atrocious in there before we release it to the public. The neighborhood steering committee is going to get the first crack at it, and then it will be going out to the community for public consumption, looking at hopefully an adoption in the spring of 2024. So some of the things that we've done to look at assessments, this was one of the really cool things that we were able to do. We got a charter bus, and we brought our as many neighborhood steering committee members as could attend, as well as a number of other stakeholders. And we went to, I think there were 59 stops on throughout the redevelopment area. So this is kind of your map. And we looked at what the current conditions are, and we're able to stand there with the neighborhood leader from that area and hear the history of what they know and what they know about this community. That was really some very insightful things. A lot of observations came out of that. We saw things that we didn't expect to see. We saw streets that really could act as a community center for the community of commerce and of community gathering spaces that didn't exist today, but that we could see that opportunity that was there. There was new housing that we didn't expect to see. There were places where we saw barriers that we didn't necessarily expect to see as a barrier. Roads and arterial streets that were acting like freeways and that sort of thing. And then a lot of what the other things that we've looked at is to look at what these communities are actually made up of. So we've looked at a lot of things. I'm going to go through these really quick, but we've looked at population. I think you have all the slides, so you're welcome to look through all of these sort of details in the future. But we've looked at the demographics, looked at households and families. What is this community actually, or these neighborhoods actually made up of? What sort of income, are we seeing? Are things that we need to be looking at to address some of, potential inequities that are occurring within the community? Also looking at the labor force, this is an asset for the city as well. But are there also opportunities, or the things that we should be focusing on from a labor force standpoint? We also looked a lot at the land. So we have a lot of maps that we've looked at. Some of those things, we look at what the general plan is. So the city has a general plan land use map for the entire city. And we looked at, what are those designations for this area? We are not changing the general plan, wanted to stay consistent with the general plan. We also looked at what the current land uses are. So those current land uses don't always concur with the general plan but we want to be able to look at that and see how those sorts of things match up and where there's, maybe some conflicts and that sort of thing. Also looked at zoning. So zoning tells us what can be built, what are the opportunities here. So that gives us some idea of what makes sense, in the future for particular areas. It also helps to inform recommendations that come out of the plan. So there could be recommendations, surrounding some of the zoning in the area. Also very important, look at the vacant land within the area. A lot of it's owned by the city, quite frankly. If you look at some of the areas, like the Noshiro Barrio area, there's pretty significant land owned by the city, vacant land owned by the city in that area, but looked at other areas too. There's other areas where there's pretty significant vacant land that's not owned by the city. What do we need to be doing? What sort of things should we be addressing in those areas? Also looked at mobility and circulation. So that's a huge issue for a lot of our residents in this area. The quality of the pedestrian environment, quality of those multimodal opportunities can be limited in certain areas. And so that's something that was also looked at. Also look at infrastructure, of course, is a huge thing within the community. The water pipes is a piece of that, sewer lines is a piece of that, looking at other infrastructure. How old is this infrastructure? Is it up to today's codes and standards? In a lot of cases, we found a lot of issues with that. Also looked at the historic resources. This is the oldest part of Phoenix, as we all know. And so there's more historic resources here than anywhere else in Phoenix. So want to make sure that we're taking stock of that. And we do that in two different ways. One, we designate things as historic. And so we want to make sure that we're taking stock of what is actually designated today. Those things in a way are preserved. There's limitations and exceptions on that, but we want to certainly know what has a designation and the resources that come along with that. But then there's also a lot of other potential historic resources. So we made a big effort to take stock of that and make sure that we were documenting what other properties really maybe we should be thinking about them as a historic resource. And then we did focus discussions with the community. So we had a number of topic groups, focused topic groups that we worked with across a broad range of topics, and wanting to get really in depth in some of the issues within the communities on these particular things. You see the topic groups there. There were 6 topic groups there on your screen. Finally, the way to get involved. So how do you get involved today? So we do have a website, and that's really, I think, from my perspective, what I want you to take away from this. From this opportunity. We want the community as involved in this as we can. We want people looking at this and telling us, I don't necessarily need affirmation, but I want to know if we got it wrong. We want to know what sort of things do you see we should be thinking about that maybe we're not thinking about, or thinking about it in a different way. So we have a lot of resources that of what we've done so far on the website. We will also have community meetings this winter where we will be asking the community to come back out. We send a letter to every single property owner within the redevelopment area, inviting them to come to that community meeting. So we're hoping to get a lot of people there. We held one in May, I think it was May of this year. And it was actually an unbelievable response. I've been involved in a lot of these efforts, and a lot of times you get crickets at those community meetings. And this one, we probably had, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but 75 to 80 people per meeting, which was a really great number for us. But I'd love to have more at the same time. We'd love to pack those rooms as much as we can, because there's a lot more, there's 7,000 residential properties within the RDA. We're not getting anywhere near 7,000 people at those community meetings. So that's really what we would love for you to take away from this, is get involved and tell us what you think. With that, I got Eric's information up there. He's the best person to reach out to at the city if you have questions or comments, and get them to him, and he can help kind of work through those things. Happy to answer any other questions regarding the plan.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time today. And just to connect the dots for our audience and colleagues is the importance of why I requested this presentation was because there's also some opportunities to give input on policy. So for example, I sat on this committee. I'm part of my neighborhood association, Oakland Neighborhood Association. And one of the conversations we had was about transportation and micromobility. And so the input that I was giving was that, yeah, it's great that we have bike lanes, they're unprotected. We have all sorts of infrastructure, but the concern is that all the workforce and everybody that's coming to downtown doesn't respect our neighborhoods. For example, on Buckeye, how fast is everybody going on Buckeye? 55 miles an hour on Buckeye, and we have 3 schools on Buckeye. And this is why it's important for me to bring to the city's attention that we are a partner. We have a lot at stake because a lot of, as you saw in the redevelopment boundaries, that's the heart of our school district. And I'm really excited that now we have representation on this committee as the school district, because we do need to give a lot of that input because our kids are being at danger, our staff is at danger. And so that's just one example of really being able to give the input on the policies that the city is looking to adopt and other feedback. I mean, us 5 up here have to live in the district. So we work, play, and live in downtown. And so that's what was important for me to invite you to present to us. And just one other connection is that the downtown redevelopment area also gives the ability to reinstate or reissue the G-plets. So if you saw on the consent agenda, we had a G-plet. And that kind of ties in why it's important to be part of these city task force committees. But it just really gives us the opportunity to learn as a district what's going on in our neighborhoods, what is going on in our district. So thank you so much for presenting today. And I will open it up. Do I have any questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am really appreciative of the connection because this is our district has not been at the table for a lot of these discussions. So I'm really grateful for your experience and leadership and expertise on how to organize and how to get us all talking. Yeah, I can't wait to look at this website more in depth and give feedback. But to your point about the fast driving, we just what came to mind was our gate being taken out at Whittier that we just had, hit and runs here and there. So there's just so many experiences and things to share. So I'm grateful for the timeline to know when to look out for when this plan is having a draft, and also to participate in the two-way communication that we can share our voice and really encourage not just the board, but having it here gives us an opportunity to get our community listening to what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add to that, we learned about the land use and the general plans being updated, correct?
That's correct. I don't think they're looking at the map, but they are updating the plan.
Okay, thank you. So that's another opportunity, the general plan. I get really excited about this stuff. I love it. This one end with that being aware of the development that is happening in our district, because that would give us the opportunity to enhance enrollment opportunities and kind of know, the demographics that are moving into our communities. So this is again why it was important. And I had one last thing, but I lost it. So thank you so much. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to F2, English language learner input updates.
Madam President, I would like to invite some of our exemplary educators and leaders Mary Lou Gonzalez and Sara Irizarry. And I think, and Jonathan Aviles are here to talk to us a little bit about some of those focus strategies that we're talking about in terms of working with our experienced multilinguals. And this is a group of students when we're talking about how we're focusing and how we're supporting, really trying to help those long-term EL students, those students that tend to be in program for an extended period of time. And I love the focus on language where we're talking about them as experienced multilinguals. So I'm going to turn it over to these outstanding educators and leaders.
Am I on? Okay. Again, good evening, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, board members, Dr. Hagi Gott, and our cabinet and community members that are with us tonight. So tonight we are going to do a little bit of reflection of our work in this past school year with our experienced multilinguals. They're usually referred to as long-term ELs. We want to move into that asset mindset of calling them experienced multilinguals because we do know that this group of students have been in the EL program for 5 or more years, and we know they have experience with the English language, and we want to be accepting of that they can hold a conversation. They can, for the most part, you really, I will assume that the student knows the language proficiently, but what we're finding is that these are the students that are having struggles passing certain domains in the Zella assessment, and we need to provide more appropriate scaffolds and targeted scaffolds that will help them become reclassified, that will help them grow in their academic language. So again, that is the reason we want to move into that experienced multilinguals, really accepting of the fact that our students are coming in, they're in the program for different reasons, and really digging into that. So let me go here. So again, looking at unlocking the potential for our experienced multilinguals, because we do believe that they have the potential. We just have to dig into what is it that we need to target. So our goal 3 for that is for the ELs is the % of English learners increasing proficiency by at least 1 category as measured by Azella will increase from 32% in July 2023 to 50% by July 2028. So it's really looking at that growth and that progression of our students in each of the domains. So some of the inputs are if we have ongoing teacher training and coaching and support, the output is that we will have highly trained teachers, both in targeted and integrated. And the outcome would be that grade level content is accessible to all students. That ongoing training, we'll talk more about it and how that looks like. Development, input number 2, development of interim assessments and progress monitoring. So if we have measurable domain goals in all of the domains in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, that will help in the increased proficiency in all 4 of those domains. So this is something that's exciting for us because now that we know the assessment that just started last year, now the ADE has also developed their performance level indicators, giving us more guidance and item specifications. That's kind of letting us know how each of the standards will be assessed. And we can use more of that backward design to develop some of those interim assessments. The other piece is that ADE is also providing more training on how that may look like. That is one piece that I'll be attending during fall break to learn more about how Wisconsin is doing their interim assessments. So that'll be helpful in our project of not just in district, but also as we work with our consortium of AZAC of how we can develop those. Our last input that we have is a collaboration with EL families, host informational and celebratory events and seek input from families and increase that family engagement. We already hosted one celebratory event that you guys were were a part of, and it was for us, for me and Sarah, it was such a celebration because we got to see our students and we got to see our parents in that excitement. So we want to continue that for sure. So this was the number of ELs at the end of May. I will say that The numbers did jump in a couple of schools from January to May, but this is where we were at in May. Garfield was our highest EL school, with Capital and Edison being our second and third. What we did last year is we really wanted to look at our students more at where are they, how long have they been in the program. We know that our students, when they receive the label of EL, our goal is always to move them along in their acquisition of language, but we want to keep track of how long has the student been in the program. Even when they arrive to us, how long has the student, when did they initially get assessed? And is it aligning to what the research says about their language acquisition? And if not, where are the gaps that we need to fill? So for this one, this was last year's group, we had 2 years or less, as well as 427 students. Students at 3 or 5 years. Those are the students that we put at risk to becoming long-term ELs, or students that need more targeted to not get into being 6 or more years. So that was a group of 319, and then we had 6 or more years was 194. So then our goal again was to look specifically at our middle school. We did share the 8th grade data with our school admins, because not only was it alarming for us to see how many of our students were intermediate that were so close to passing. And prior to this year, the requirement was that not only did they have to have an overall proficiency score, but they also had to score proficient in reading and writing. This year was the first year that they changed that to be as long as they have an overall score of 1,000 of proficiency, even if they scored intermediate in reading and writing, they would be allowed to be reclassified. So that was helpful for a lot of our 7th and 8th graders this year. But we looked at this data to see, okay, we have 33 intermediates. We know that in high school, it looks very disappointing for them because they do lose an elective to attend an SEI course. So for some of our kiddos that may have a love of art, might find out that they cannot take an art course. So for us, it was very important to not only for us to have that knowledge, but let's share it out to our schools. And I know Mr. Aviles will talk more about how that information impacted him. So our EL interventions also looked at that, not only with our 8th graders, but also our 7th graders. And you can see we looked at not just who are our ELs, but how can we also look at those dual label students, and work with our ESS teachers of alerting them, hey, here are the areas you may want to focus when you service them, as we're also servicing in these areas. So really trying to bring up that collaboration of our students that are getting service not only for EL minutes, but also are receiving ESS services. So we dug a little bit deeper and looked at just our intermediates, since we had a high number of intermediates, and we looked at how are they doing in those domains. So looking at those domains, we could see that they're scoring intermediate in writing and reading, which was no surprise. Those are the 2 areas where our kiddos struggled in getting to that proficiency, and prior to the new rules, they would not be able to move on to be reclassified. But with the new rules, we knew that they could. So our goal was, how can we retain them either in intermediate to ensure they don't regress or be proficient? So that became a focus for our schools and for our EL interventionists. And I had the data. I thought I was going to read off more of my notes, sorry. So we did see an increase in both of 7th grade and 8th grade from one year to the next. So in 7th grade, we went from spring 22 having 6.8% reclassifying to having 16.1 this past May. And then in 8th grade, we went from 12.1 to 16.5 of reclassifying. So we definitely saw some movement, and we celebrated that because in past years, we've seen reclassification a lot happen in the lower grades and not so much in the upper grades. So this was a turnaround, and knowing the work that we put in, we knew that it's possible. So Moving on to this year, this is what our EL numbers look like. You could see the jump that I had said Edison has had since January. And then we see our other schools. Our EL numbers kind of stay the same. I always say we always are between 20 to 23% of our population. So overall, we tend to stay in that close to 1,000 or a little bit above 1,000 for ELs, at least for the past 3 years. So, and we know we are getting new students every day almost. So, and it is, we get some and we lose them, but, and some return. So we definitely do keep track of that. And it's such an awesome thing in our district. We do have EL interventionists in our campuses because they alert us to anything. They alert us to student, is it trilingual? I just got that emailed yesterday and she's coming from. So it's exciting that they're on top of it, of every student that we're getting. So there's a voice for each of our students. All right. And again, we broke it down a little bit more this year because of the fact that we know we have a lot of newcomers this year. And we keep getting newcomers. And Sarah will talk a little bit more about our newcomer class and how impactful it's been. But we want to also know that the focus is not just on our experienced ELs, but we need to start looking at how are we also servicing those students who are just getting in here and doing more of a wraparound service, because it's not just language. We know it's everything's new for them, and how are we supporting them in those areas. And then again, we're looking at the data just like we did last year. And if you could see right here, our intermediates have gone down because of we had a higher group of reclassification of the 7th graders. So that brought down our numbers. But we do have a focus on our pre-emergence. And so a focus for those pre-emergence is not necessarily to see them reclassify, but more see them progress in the domain areas. I do have one correction in that dual label. It should be 9 out of 27, not 19, sorry. And it should be 9 out of 31. So I do apologize for those, but that also gives us information of who we need to reach out to and collaborate more on those language development goals that may be in their plan already. Okay, and so some of the action items in 2022, these are some of the inputs that we had. We had, in of course, our EL intervention focused on learning more about our EL subgroups. So not just here are your students that you need to serve, let's get to know your students. And one of our assignments always to our EL intervention is, what is your plan to ensure that you get to know each of your students? How are you going to get to know their background? Because that's how you develop a relationship with your students. And now that you know the student, what can we do to provide more of that? How long have they been in the program? What experiences that have they had with language learning? And work at targeting that a little bit more. Identify as well skills that each grade member should focus. So just a revisiting of our standards, our ELP standards. Like I said, we now have performance level indicators that tell us if a student is basic in speaking, here's what the student can do. Here are the skills that they have. If we want to get into an intermediate, here's what they need to be doing. If we want to get them to proficient, this is what they need to be doing. So focusing a little bit more on those pieces and how the Zella aligns to that and the standards. We also said notifications sent to school admin teams. I talked about that a little bit already. And support guide provided to focus on 6A skills, and all students were required to practice on a Zella sample test. So this, again, this was last year when a Zella came out. So we provided those supports of how they can get our students ready and exposed for the Zella assessment. We did send a letter home to all our families because it was a new test. We wanted to make sure that families knew that there was resources out there available and that they would be taking that assessment come February. And we also coached our faces to have informational meetings at each of their sites. So, and we plan to do that again this year. One of the last things that we did in the spring is we worked with Phoenix Union to provide our 8th grade students and their families information about summer school. This came from one of my students at Edison that had attended summer school and had asked me, hey, I'm going to high school, but I want to go to summer school. And she meant our summer school because she had been going for the last 2 years. And I said, no, you need to reach out to, let's make a plan. And that kind of said, like, we need to have somebody reaching out to our Yale students and letting them know about what they should be doing in the summer to prepare themselves to be on campus and know what the program will look like. So that kind of started that. And yes, our faces also helped us to spread the word on that as well. As far as PD, for that past year, we also continued on a lot of the pieces that we talked about. West Ed played a big role with our some of not just our Yale interventionists, but some of our site teachers and instructional leaders that participated. And that really provided strategies on how to prepare our students in interacting with text and really focusing on appropriate scaffolds. Really thinking about if we want them to not be stuck on some of the comprehending of text, what can we do to prepare them prior to them diving into that comprehension. So we had some of that also in the summer for our EL interventionists with the opportunity of starting to plan lesson plans so that they have ready for the upcoming year. And I'm gonna, unless you have questions, I'm gonna go ahead.
I do have a question about our newcomer program. Can you describe the new program, the newcomer program a little bit more?
Yes, so I'll describe it and I'm going to pass it on to our EL specialist, Sarah, who will go more in depth into this year's action items. But it is something that we also started last year, just thinking of how are we going to try to help our students who are coming in, and knowing that sometimes we would meet some of our students who had been here for 2 years and were still struggling to tell us their name or to tell us what school they were at. And we know it wasn't a lack of just not having an address. It's sometimes the student just was sat in the back and you know, the assumption was the student might be still on their silent period and was not probably expected to communicate, or the student was I was going to say, I lost my train of thought. The student wasn't addressed to accountable to use the language. So even if there was sentence stems that were used in the classroom, they might have not necessarily been used with the student, or the student was relying on a translator. And so we wanted to provide a way that we could have those students have some functional language when they came to us. So we knew about Valencia, that is in another nearby district, and that's a whole year program. Our concern with that was the transition, because we wanted to make sure that our students still felt at home with their home school. So our idea started, let's pilot at least an 8-week program. We have the curriculum for 8 modules of just how to interact. What is your name? The basics of I can go into a classroom and know what's going on, how to ask to go to the bathroom, how to ask for general things. Versus I'm just going to wait till somebody translates for me. So we're just finishing up our first cohort in October, the 23rd of October. And it's been a delight to see the students, because we do have 3rd through 8th graders in the classroom. And they've kind of bonded as a little family, because they all know that they're going to the same circumstances of journey of learning a new language. And I think I carry with me that one of the first activities that we did was Google Earth, where we tell us where you're coming from, and them seeing, you know, where they're from. They were excited to see Cuba. They were excited to see Cambodia. They were excited to see all these different places they're coming from. And they all have the same goal of learning to communicate.
Thank you. I'm glad that you brought up Valencia, because I actually have experience over at Alhambra. So Alhambra's Family Resource Center, they used to have you talked about the transition to coming, functioning in America. And so they had a really cool setup where Walmart sponsored, the setup, and they would be able to learn how to do their grocery shopping, how to do their clothing shopping. So it was just like a really neat concept. So that's what I was asking, that maybe, someday we could probably do something similar.
and there's, I mean, we're always thinking of like, what can we bring to make it more, valuable for the students. So even like, we've reached out recently about doing a field trip because one of the segments in their module is places in the community. And with our surrounded, we live in an area where we have libraries and museums. How can we get them to see that, hey, this is at your reach? And how do we, in future, how do we use public transportation? Because that's going to be important for them and their families. So with that said, I'm going to pass it on to Sarah Adisati, who's going to talk more about our action items for this year.
Thank you.
You. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sarah Irizarry. I'm the language acquisition specialist. Okay, so for this school year, I'm really excited about what all that we're doing. I'm excited to be part of the district and see this all moving forward. So with bullet number 2, EL intervention focus on learning more about EL subgroups. So how we're doing that, I love that this year we have the DCTMs with time to collaborate amongst ourselves. So what we've been able to do is we are breaking up the Rosella scores by the domains of speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And we're having our EL interventionists analyze those subtests and then collaborate with each other on strategies that will address those issues for each grade level. So that's where we're at right now. We've got a collaborative document working to be able to address those issues that may be lacking. As you saw in the data presented earlier, 8th grade data, 8th grade writing was a huge subcategory that needed to be addressed. So right now, all of our EL interventionists are collaborating on how do we use the best strategies to address that. Another thing that we're really excited about doing this year is coaching and modeling and teacher observation. So I was able to get into every EL interventionist classroom in the past 2 weeks to see a full lesson, make sure they're in compliance with all of the ADE requirements for EL, as well as give them feedback on their instruction. I've identified some of our EL interventionists that could benefit from planning sessions with Mary Lou or I, and we're reaching out to plan with them as well. So that's in the targeted time that is required by ADE right now. We are also doing a lot for integrated time, which I know Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier. Integrated time is the time when our EL students are in their mainstream classroom, mixed with non-EL students. So while they're in there, they need to be given supports and scaffolds for accessing grade level content as well. So we're providing training for teachers on how to do that. So we provided training for teachers during district PD day, and then we are hyper-focused this school year on Dunbar and Heard, because they have it in their school improvement plans to focus on EL. So we have developed PD cycles and observation cycles for both of those schools for integrated professional development. Okay, and so bullet point number 3, hosting informative sessions for our families with experienced multilinguals. Right now, Mary Lou was able to meet with all of the FACE specialists and kind of give them a timeline about when would be the best times to meet with families about different aspects of their language learning journey. So coming up in October, November, we again will have meetings at each school site, which is a collaboration between EL interventionists and the FACE specialists on what is the AZELA and what to expect for your students so that they can have those conversations with their students as well. A lot of times students stay in the intermediate because they don't know that they need to take that test seriously, right? And then how it will affect them. So I think creating goals with our 7th and 8th graders last year and really getting them to practice that sample testing, as well as having those meetings with parents, was a big factor in why our reclassification rates were better. So we're going to continue that. And then Jonathan's going to talk more about his group's plans with addressing community and family needs with long-term EL students and families. We are also collaborating with Phoenix Union High School District. We're meeting with Karen Cardenas, who is the Director of Student Learning at Phoenix Union. We're going to be meeting with her on the 4th of October to start collaboration to discuss EL programming in high school, communicating about EL services to families, and then also discussing their new dual language program, which will be starting at Carl Hayden High School, to see if we can collaborate with either having our EL students join their dual language program, especially those who are at the pre-emergent or basic level, and then obviously at Herrera who are in dual language and then can continue on to be very proficient multilinguals. That's what we're doing with Phoenix High School. And you asked about the newcomer program. So the newcomer program came out of, like Mary Lou said, a need for foundational English and English that students could, practical English that they are not getting in the classroom for. So when you have a student who comes in from Venezuela in 7th grade, they're not learning letter sounds, letter names. They're not learning how to say, I need to use the bathroom, I need a pen, pencil, all of those things. And then they fall behind, right? Especially knowing that we have so many bilingual students. A lot of times they'll just rely on their friend to translate for them. And so there's no real need, but as we all know, there is a real need as they move on into high school and as they move on out into the world for them to truly become multilingual or bilingual. So that was the need. I was so grateful to Dr. Gonzalez that we proposed the idea to her and she said, yes, let's do it. So I was like, yes, I couldn't believe it. I have also toured Valencia Newcomer School. It's fabulous. It runs amazingly. They have shot clinics, they have clothing closets, they have activities for families several weekends out of the year. That would be definitely ideal for us to get to. We just started. Our first cohort started August 21st. So how it works is our students are identified by me through communication through different staff members. And then they're put on a list for communication with their parents. We call them to see if they're interested in the program. And then if they are, the FACE specialist meets with them and does an enrollment form to give us the information necessary for them to start the program. That information gets communicated to our newcomer teacher, Ms. Torres. And then we get them on a bus route and they start and they get picked up at a certain time from their home schools. And arrive to Dunbar at around 9:15 a.m. We work on, we've adopted a curriculum, which is part of our benchmark curriculum that we use for ELA called Hello. It's a special curriculum designed for older newcomers. We focus on foundational mathematics vocabulary. So all of the different phrases you might need for subtraction or division or multiplication that you might need to transfer back into the classroom, as well as science. And they do, again, that foundational reading phonics as well, because you don't know that the letter A makes a or a, you know, because it may make a different sound in your own language. So those are the things that are focused on in the newcomer program. Currently, we have it running for 8 weeks modules or 8 week, not modules, 8 weeks at a time. So our cohort 1 has 20 students in it right now, 3rd through 8th grade. That will be ending on October 20th. We already have 30 on the wait list for cohort 2. So we're going to cut that. And our right now it hasn't been finalized, but we are thinking the older you get, the harder it is to get kind of those basic skills, especially in reading and writing. So we're thinking 5th through 8th is what we're going to focus on for cohort 2 because we've got too many. The classroom doesn't have capacity for 30 students at the moment. So yeah, we're busy. Do you have any questions for us?
You do?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I was actually going to wait until Principal Aviles was coming up, so definitely stop me if I'm getting ahead, but I was just going to ask, shout out to Garfield, new principal, past principal, that's great data to know that you guys were highest in some growth and achievement. I know that's not always easy. But my question was to understand the wraparound services that we're talking about, potentially giving more of, or so just kind of what that looks like. And I wasn't sure if that might come from this part of the presentation or what Principal Aviles will be discussing.
Wraparound services to families to
Um,
communicate.
I think so. I'm not too sure, just to really kind of get a better picture on what that looks like. It was something that Miss Mary Lou had mentioned in her presentation part.
So one of our, and we are going to touch on it on a couple of
Perfect.
slides. We mentioned in our past presentation how one of our goals has been to have an EL parent advisory committee. So having more of a voice from our EL parents of what would be important for them and their students, because we know it's not a journey just for their students, it's also a journey for them. So how can we provide supports that are needed? That will also keep them in our district. And, you know, we know that we're here for our students. So how do we continue to show that we're also here for our families? Does that kind of answer your question?
It definitely touched on it. Yeah, absolutely. So
Okay.
I will definitely be patient for what's to come. Thank you very much.
I'll move on and I will pass it on to Mr. Aviles, who will share with us how he used that information and reached out to another piece that is also one of our goals of reaching out to have community involvement with our district.
Thank you, Mary Lou. So good evening, President Bueno, Vice President Trujillo, Governing Board, Cabinet, Community. First and foremost, I'm Mr. Aviles, the proud Grizzly principal at Garfield Elementary. I'm very at this point humbled because as I look around, I see many individuals that helped create this vision. I stand before you as just one, but this project that we worked on was with the help of others. It was a group of 4 of us, and I'll just shout out their names if they're listening: Victoria, Betsy, and Lexi. And then it's good that Cinto, I know him as Cinto, is here because he was part of this fellowship as well. Last year, as I'm always looking to keep on learning and growing, I joined a fellowship in All in Ed. And there's a lot of ideas of what we can do to help our community. And obviously, as at that time, I was at IIS at Emerson Elementary, and we still saw the need of help with our EL students. And like I tell my staff at that time and my staff this time, this is not just for EL students. We're all language learners. So I tell my staff this, that anything that we learn and things that work for our EL students will work for all students. So we'll start there. So the big project was, okay, what can we do with our EL population here at Phoenix Elementary School District? And then after myself being a middle school teacher for 10 years, I realized that the need was with our 7th and 8th graders as they promoted into high school. What were we doing in order to seek more opportunities for them? What we're doing to connect families, and what we're doing to technically track what they were doing after we left them, after they left our campuses. So our problem statement, as you see there, and I'll read it out loud, is if we increase the number of 7th and 8th grade EL student testing out of EL status, then we can reduce the barriers of EL students that they might encounter in high school. And many of that was discussed earlier on. And one thing that I noticed is just the graduation rate. Someone as myself who was an EL student when I was growing up, I understand the barriers. Knowing that I now inherited a school that has a great population of EL students, and also ultimately understanding that last year I was fortunate to work alongside with Tom Doherty, Sarah, Mary Lou, and Brandt, and understanding what a Zella actually looked like. Even though I was a middle school teacher, I was not really delving into a Zella, but understanding all the tests and domains and how that can affect a student, realizing that now I have the power and all that experience as a principal to see like the big picture. And how can we ensure that not just our EL students are performing at a high level, but our middle school students are also performing at that moment that we want, and to increase that. Because we noticed that there's a graduation gap. And in 2019, we saw that 50% lower than their non-EL peers. We also noticed that 1 in 6 states in fewer than half of ELs graduated high school on time. And that's because of what Mary Lou mentioned before. Students have to either take an extra elective later on, they have to go to Saturday school, summer school, and that just obviously in our circumstances, the time is not about, is a value and they won't be able to graduate on time. So one of the biggest things that we did as a team was, okay, we need to collaborate. We met with Mary Lou and mentioned what can we do to start increasing that communication. We also met with Ms. Trujillo as well of what she's seen in the community. And we learned a lot. We learned that there was almost a lack of communication with our staff of what our 8th grade EL students were going through, to the fact that now all our EL interventionists get a notification of where their 8th grade ELs are at that moment. And that is being shared with all of our teachers as well, so that everybody is aware of what's going on and what are the next steps for those students. So to see that all of these things that we're talking and what you hear was also from just a little idea from last year, and also that is not done, right? We still have a lot to go to, but the newcomer program is also very promising. Shout out to my 3rd grader, Brady, and our 8th grade, Jose, who are always eager to show up on time. And just seeing their confidence as well, just skyrocket is incredible. So, I like to say names because there's a human being behind these students. And ultimately, what I also did this year and what we're also working on with our EL interventionists is having PDs with all of our staff, not just with teachers that teach ELs, because these are good practices for all of our students. So Ms. Navarrete, also shout out to her, was able to do a PD with all of our Garfield staff in order to ensure that in our lesson plans, we include our ELP standards, so that that's a standard that everybody's practicing, as well as when we see the speaking and writing with our 7th and 8th graders, how can we get that started earlier on with our students? And speaking is not just turning around and speaking to your partner, right? It is how can we use what we're reading, what we're listening, and then produce something from it. And that's the big shift that we want our teachers to start having for all of our students. And then ultimately, we're going to see that barrier for those middle school students decrease. Is this a yes? And then last but not least, what Sarah talked about a little bit is at the end, what we would like to really see is more of a EL parent advisory committee, where parents are coming in to just discuss what are their barriers. Last week, I was fortunate to talk in my curriculum night about Azella with the whole school. And it was interesting, even for parents that were not having children with EL, they were also astonished to hear this information. So they were also interested in how can I also be part of this solution. So this committee is not just for EL parents, right? It's just for all parents, but to help the community as well for our kids. And I also have here just from Stand for Children Arizona, which is, the work is done. We don't have to reinvent the wheel as well. Our faces are also in our campuses organizing parents themselves, and they're organizing dates to also meet the needs. And also what we've encountered at Garfield in particular is that parents sometimes need help in understanding their own language as well. How can I get better at speaking and writing in Spanish in order for me to then continue with the others? So we're starting to discover a lot of other things when we talk with these parents and give them that voice. Going back to talking about attendance, if we see more attendance and performance from parents, we would start to see that as well with children. And it's great that once again, it's like full circle, because even with Sherry, I know you're back there, is that helping me find out like what other resources with money that I can also use to increase that with schools like Edison and Garfield, that we might need more than just Miss Navarrete. So we have other resources to help with other individuals. So I'm gonna stop there, but thank you all for listening, and thank you for your partnership, and thank you for believing in a project that has been a year in the making. And now we're here full circle explaining to you what we have found, what our research says, what we've started to implement, what we're still working on, and what we still need to look forward in the future. So thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, nobody has questions, but just thank you so much for all your hard work, and it just, your passion for our students just radiates. And I just want to thank you so much for being with us in our district, but thank you so much for helping our kids.
Thank you.
Good night.
Madam Chair, yes, I just want to echo that. Definitely. I didn't get to say thank you to either of you before we transition. So I do appreciate it. I appreciate the clarity. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you. We will move on to number 3, update on the Family Resource Center.
Madam President, I just want to, as our experts in EL are hopefully going home to get some sleep, just how proud I am to work with such amazing professionals who are innovative, who are creative, passionate, intelligent, and eloquent. We're incredibly fortunate to have these people in our district. So thank you, you guys. So working on our family center update, I am going to go again. You've seen these inputs and outputs. This is not particular to all of our family engagement. However, the highlighted areas speak specifically to the family center. So one of our inputs is opening the family center as a central resource. The output is being able to identify workshop and partner needs for our families in the district. And the outcome is increased family and community engagement. So here's an update from the last presentation that we had. We do have this mission and vision, which are created by our Family Engagement Task Force. This is a group of families made up across the district who have come together to identify what is the need. This is the group that originally voiced the need for having a central resource for us. And so here's our mission, that we have a welcome, collaborative space where families can receive support, they can share their ideas and their talents, and connect with other district families, both socially and in educational endeavors. We also see this, the vision of this being a place where we work alongside the schools and our families and the community organizations who are serving our families and our students to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of every student in our district. And I think the presentation we just saw and the work that we're doing to include our EL families is an example of that kind of vision that we have for what's going to happen at the Family Center. So the Family Center is currently providing hands-on family workshops, adult education classes, family social events, that would be similar to the Hispanic Heritage event that we had last Saturday, and then the community, or 2 Saturdays ago, and then the community resources and referrals, as well as computer and internet access for families at that center. I do want to make sure that we're also very clear. The Family Center this is one place that's a hub, but we are building family rooms at every school so that there are access to these resources at school sites. But we also have the Family Center where if a family member needs confidential support, they can go to the Family Center for that, or have the Family Center FACE specialist at their school site help to get those resources. So the goals, and this was, thank you, Board President Bueno, for helping to establish a need for having clear goals. So goal 1 is that by May 31st of 2024, we will increase the number of families served monthly from 79 in September to 150 by the end of the school year, as measured by attendance records, intake forms, feedback inventories, and partner requests. Our goal 2 is that by May 31, 2024, the Family Center is going to provide ongoing access to adult education classes from 2 classes monthly to a minimum of 4 monthly. And this is going to be measured by attendance, registration, agendas, and parent, participant and provider feedback. We thought both that aspect of feedback was important in helping us shape courses that are meaningful for our families. And then goal 3, May 31st, 2024, the Family Center will increase the number of families accessing basic needs from 5 to at least 15 monthly. And this is going to be measured by intake forms, inventories, and partner requests. We recognize that that 5 is low at this point, but we're using our month of August as a baseline to continue to increase. So here's an example of the way in which we are now measuring our programming. So what we've done is these are current providers at the family center. And you're going to see we've divided all of these different providers into what they're providing, but then you also see some of them are providing basic needs. So basic needs are things like sanitary kits, food boxes, job training, which also doubles as adult education, social and emotional wellness. There are a series of different basic needs that are being met through this basic needs. And so you can see some of the partners here. Adult education are not just the access to the computers. Access to the computers fills a basic need, but it's now that I have the access to a computer, how do I fill out a job application? How do I apply for a job? How do I write a letter to my landlord that I think is violating fair housing practices? So those are examples of the adult education kinds of programs. And one of the most sought after is English language classes. So after the presentation that we just saw, you can see that this is an ongoing need that we're working to fill. Then we also have our family events, which are social events, hands-on activities, and community engagement. These include cafecitos, but they also include story times from Burton Barr Library, both in English and in Spanish, and kindergarten readiness programs, and the transitions to high school. Things that we're doing to help people become connected, but also coalesce as families and get those needs met. So in August, this is what our attendance breakdown looks like. General attendance are people who just came without a specific reason when they came to the center. They may have picked something up, but when they came, it was just more a curiosity to understand, or hey, I'm in the neighborhood and I saw you had the sign up. I wanted to know what you were all about. The August cafecito, the cafecitos are meetings from the community. They get together and it's an open agenda. They talk about items that are important to them at that time, and it's an opportunity to build community. We have several different cafecitos that are going to start becoming a regular basis, and these will include opportunities to hear from people like fair housing projects and fair housing authorities. So Safety Day was an event that was sponsored with Phoenix General Hospital. We had 15 participants on that day. Story time, at this time, this was both English and Spanish. There were only 7 participants for that. Family Fun Night was in conjunction with the Back to School Night with Kenilworth. We had 12 families. So our total in August was 79. And that's where we got our baseline for where we want to serve families. Then in September, and this is as of September 15th, we have the similar kinds of things, but now you start to see some different events included. So Family Involvement Center. This is again, somebody who came in and wanted to know about the Family Involvement Center and how to get involved as a partner. But everything else kind of fits in terms of what they're doing. Self-care with Ms. Martha she is our social worker assigned to the family center, and she offered a course or a one-on-one session in this case, but a session on self-care. How do you as a family member, as a parent, prioritize your needs and attend to those so that you can be a better, stronger caregiver for others? So as of 9:15, we had 48, but at our Hispanic Heritage event, we had 27 families who came and participated in the event. So that takes us up to, now I have to do simple math very quickly, 75 participants so far this month. So here's what our calendar looks like. And thanks to Nicole Baker, our new Executive Director for Communications, Marketing, and Community Outreach. Community Relations. It's a long title. But thanks to Nicole, we have a single point, and I'm going to invite her up to talk about this a little bit, but I might steal some of her thunder because it's very cool. We have a single point of contact now for getting information into the calendar accurately, so that we're making sure that there's no miscommunications between different groups. So information goes directly to Nicole and her team, and they post it in the calendar. She checked this morning and it is up to date. On these events, this is from the website. It's a snap of the website. You have to hover over the event to get the full details, but when you hover over it, it will give you the full events. And then here you can see in October, the amounts of events are increasing, which is good, but we've also cautioned that we don't want to add so many things to the calendar that we flood the market without having a meaningful purpose behind everything. So right now we're in that phase of establishing what is meaningful for our families and our community, and how do we continue to build on meaning. If the family story time is continuing to draw small crowds, is that something that we really need? So that's how we're using that. And now I'm going to have, our output. So future partnerships, very quickly, Department of Economic Security has just signed on with us to become a partner providing parent education courses. Kith and Kin is another group, again, for providing free 6-week classes for parents with CPR and first aid, which was a high priority need from our Cafecito and from the task force. Partnering with the Arizona Science Museum to do science on wheels. And so this is going to be, they're going to have 4 different programs where they bring the bus to the family center and people get to experience the science museum at the family engagement center. And then Cal Health is providing access, SNAP, WIC, and TANF information to help parents get set up and access, not to pick a pun, but to access those resources. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I've gotten to spend some time at the Family Center, and I've really started to look at what works, what doesn't, what can we do a little better. So one thing that'll be coming is incorporating an intake form that asks, how did you hear about us? It's a simple question, but it really allows us to make some data-informed decisions about how did you hear about us? And that lets us know, okay, this works, or maybe we need to try something different. Also, as Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, I'm trying to keep those online calendars updated with the right information and in a timely manner, and really looking at if we forwards plan and we know certain things are going to happen, can we get those calendars a couple of months in advance already corrected online? Also, I mentioned earlier, looking at our family communications tools and also some updated social media strategy. And so I really see these things working together. So for example, like I mentioned earlier, we've got those 15 social media, but communication strategies. Can we work all these at the same time? And the answer is yes. Between our FACE specialist, my team, the Family Center team, we can all work together to make sure the information goes out at the same time. So for example, if it's something and we're targeting family members, for example, you should be getting that communication through Class Dojo, but you'll also see it when you go to the website. You'll see it on social media. So that way, again, no matter how you engage, you'll get that same information in all those different ways. So that's something that we're looking at too. And so that, you know, in that same example, if you're a family member, you get it through Class Dojo first. And then when you open up your Facebook feed, I forgot about that event. I'm gonna go. And so that's the strategy on that to boost some of our Family Center events. And then we're also pricing out some other marketing materials that are more physical. So for example, I remember the first time I went to visit the Family Center, the first thought I had was, I want to plant a flag here, right? So if you are coming up, you know where it is, and it's easily viewable from the street. We've also discussed bus magnets. How large of a magnet can we put on our school buses? But even tablecloths, when we're out at events, it's not a blank tablecloth. It's a tablecloth that has our name on it, attracting people over to come and talk to us. Also, like I mentioned earlier, printed materials at our school sites. We know that we can put posters on the wall. And so that's something that grabs attention too. We even have our marquees at the school sites that we can leverage again for those events. And we're also looking at swag. A lot of people like to have something in their hands. And so we're looking at those as options too, so that when somebody like a water bottle, those are pricey. But it's also something that we're looking at, looking over there too. So that we can put something in someone's hand, but also something that someone's not going to throw in the trash. We know sometimes flyers are thrown in the trash, but things that are things that are usable, especially for the target audience that we're looking at, we want to be able to put something in people's hand. So again, if they don't think about us in that exact moment, when they pick up that item in a week, they'll say, oh, let me reach out to them. And so this is what we're looking at for our marketing plan.
So that concludes our presentation to update you on the Family Center. Can we respond to any questions or?
Do we have any questions?
I do, two really quick ones. Is the Family Resource Center not going to be open any days for this fall break?
The Family Center will be open during fall break. We're working on making sure that we have staffing available. It will be a shorter period of time based on input from the task force. So like a 9 to 3 or something like that.
Just wondering, I'm super excited about the calendar. This might be an old question since we've got different platforms, but there used to be a disconnect between our desktop version of our website and our mobile one. So just hoping those have married each other and are consistent, and if that we have to hover on things to get info, like that was what made me think of like the mobile one being different. So how do we still make sure we're hitting families? But if you're already mindful of it, I'm not even worried about it anymore.
Yes, and I don't know the last time you went and looked, but I was playing with it the other day to make sure that the same way I access something on the website is the same way when I go, one hand touch on my phone can still make it happen. And so, yes, it's in a good spot and in sync.
Questions? Well, thank you. I don't have a question. Well, I do have a question. What is the ideal turnaround time for the flyers? So for example, if we know we have an event on October 19th, when should that flyer start circulating?
So in a perfect world, I'm gonna set the standard for a month. And so part of what we've also talked about with our social media strategy is the same thing. So if we know that something's coming up, let's backwards plan. So we can do flyers in a month and they can start going out so that by the time you're seeing something, maybe a week within the event, it's not the first time, right? So then it's more a message as a reminder because it's already been going through other channels before then.
Thank you. And then do we have plans to actually print the calendars and have them at each of the sites?
That's not something I thought of, but I'm gonna add it to my parking lot.
Thank you. It's something I've seen. I grabbed Isaac's last week and it's at my office and I forgot to bring it, but I thought it was a good example because it already had October, I think it was already October, November that they already had their schedule out and the flyers were already at each of the sites. So food for thought. And yeah, thank you.
To piggyback off of that, thank you for the Isaac idea. I use Creighton's all the time and there's like 2 months at a time, like of stuff. So good idea. I didn't think about that, but super helpful.
The printed calendar is at Emerson, so I don't know whether the faces have done that on their own, but it is there.
Thank you. Okay. Now we will move on to executive session. The governing board may convene an executive session pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03A3 for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the attorney for the public body regarding the board's options and evaluating and supervising the superintendent. May I get a motion to adjourn, to go into executive session?
Is Carmen Trujillo so moved?
Alicia Finkel, second.
Roll call.
Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
Mr. Carrillo,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will excuse ourselves to executive session. And with that, we'll take a 7-minute break, 5-minute break. 7 minutes. Thank you. We are back from executive session and we will resume. Never mind, I'm just noticing that Sochi's not here. Just 1 second. Let me know when you're ready, Sochi. Thank you. We are ready to resume our regular session. Moving on to H1, action item to discuss and take possible action on superintendent evaluation tool. Do I have a motion? No.
There's Bueller. Oh, there we go. Madam Chair, I move to approve the ASBA Superintendent Evaluation Tool with the understanding that one or more future board meetings will be held to assign weights to each evaluation domain and to further individualize the tool as deemed appropriate for our district.
Alicia Vink, I second it.
Any discussion? No. Roll call, please.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Reginald Carrillo,
Yay.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are on to closing items. Number 1, any board member requests? Okay, hearing none,
Yes.
moving
My
on to.
apologies. Sorry, I caught you at the tail end of there. Just requesting a study session to focus on developing board norms or board procedures.
Would that be under maybe future agenda items?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so no board member requests. Okay, so moving on to number 2, future agenda items. Mr. Carrillo, can you please repeat?
Yes, thank you for reminding. Just a work study session focused on developing superintendent and board norms or procedures.
Okay, any other future agenda items? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion for adjournment?
Carmen Trujillo, so moved.
Alicia Vink, I second.
Any discussion? May I get a roll call, please?
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Mr. Reginald Carrillo,
Yay.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Ms. Carmen Trujillo. Aye.
Thank you. And with that, our meeting is adjourned at 10:46 p.m. and we will be back. Our next governing board meeting is scheduled for October 10th, 2023 at 5:15. Thank you. Have a good night.